to come to the doorsteps, they wouldn't be very naive to force themselves into a meeting when they knew they were not invited and they have been told not to come. I don't think Israel operates that way. However, that topic is now the topic for discussion. It has been put before the president. We have expressed our disagreements with the AU chairperson. He has come out. Some leaders are talking of censure motion. We shall pass a censure motion which can discipline this guy because he has got a lot of skeletons. He's brought our organization to disrepute. He has destroyed it. He has done several mistakes that today I was on a world television station, News Central. I told millions that the case lies in the African Union Commission. Anybody who has gone to Ethiopia to get clearance to enter that AU will agree with me that you cannot pass the first gate if you don't have an ID accredited and saying where you are going. Ladies and gentlemen, that was yesterday. And today is today, tonight. Thank you very much. Welcome all of you again. Let me lay down the ground rules and lay down the basis upon which we shall today have only 2 hours and 20 minutes, 2 hours and a half, 2.5 hours. The maximum we can push is 3 hours. So when you get the platform, sharp your statements, your points. No arguments, no interruptions, no quarrel. Just discuss. Are these guys coming to? Don't raise your hand. I've not opened the floor yet. And now you are raising the hand. Why don't you be patient, Mr. Knife from Zimbabwe? I've not yet opened the floor. The speaker is still on the floor. I'm now the Speaker of Parliament. I am practicing how I will be conducting affairs in the African Union. Don't put up your hand. It intimidates me. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic you know is Africa as a continent becoming a battlefield of a new Cold War between the Wagner Russian military mercenaries hired and the Western armies that are being replaced, namely France. I'll go through the notes. I'm getting these notes from my own head. The relationship between Russia and the United States of America has deteriorated to a level that anytime something could spark a war or a third world war. The fight in Ukraine, nobody knows how it will end, who will end it, when it will end, how it will end, what will happen to end it. It looks like we are heading towards experimenting ourselves with new arms that each side is manufacturing. It looks like there is no end to this war. Just as the Crimea, when they captured that space or territory, things just went down. People kept quiet. Nobody complained anymore. And today we fly there for good sunshine. Very fantastic place. It looks like everything might end up, one morning we end up, I was listening to some analysis where over 400,000 people have been killed. 400,000 people have been killed. 6 million or so are the only ones left. And the other millions are refugees scattered all over the world. Of course, with the European Union giving them preference. So what has this war got? What implications has it got? That war in Ukraine apart, we come back to our own continent. Several countries, French-speaking countries, and some English-speaking countries have started off a process of telling the French army to pack up goods, their trousers, their pants, their dresses, and leave their territories. Mali on Sunday completely cut off relationship between itself and France. Burkina Faso, on Sunday, cut off all operations of the French army in their territory. Last month, France confirmed it would withdraw all contingents of hundreds or contingent of hundreds of troops stationed in Burkina Faso after the ruling junta in the Sahel country demanded the force to pull out within 4 weeks. The request also came days after Burkina's prime minister declared that Russia to be a reasonable choice of a new pattern in the anti-jihadist fight. We are removing the old colonial master. We are bringing in a new outfit. The French are left, have gone, but the Russians are the new boys on the block, the new kids on block. French's military disengagement, including equipment and materials, will be finalized, removed by logistical teams deployed for this purpose, as stated by the military in Burkina Faso. You must note, therefore, mercenaries have been a fixture in Africa since the second half of the 20th century, and they have been used to protect the current leaders. Some of the leaders called them to install them to power. Some called them to quell rebellions, and that has been the norm of the African politics. They offer guns, they hire guns, they hire expertise that they have, they give expertise that they have. They are never a peaceful type of military that you would want to have in your country. In Africa, therefore, the Wagner group has found a fertile ecosystem to spread the Russian influence. They are allies. They are allies with embattled leaders and the militia commanders who can pay for the services in cash or with lucrative mining concessions for the precious minerals like gold and uranium. Wagner troops have faced frequent accusations also of misbehavior. I am not going to judge which side I want, which side I belong. I will state facts. What made us to reach here? What has brought us here? Why are we here? Why are we removing the French? Why are they leaving? Because they have also created a lot of havoc. Look at Democratic Republic of Congo. 20,000 UN peacekeeping force, standing army for 15 years. They have never even rescued one capital city, one town, one village, one toilet for the people of Congo to go through without being shot through by any rebel. What a shame. What a shame. A standing army for 15 years. It hasn't resolved any problem at all on the continent of Africa in a great country called Democratic Republic of Congo. What went wrong? What can we do as Africans to make sure we correct this mess? Ladies and gentlemen, in Libya, the Russian Wagner group supports General Khalifa Haftar, supported by the French, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, Qatar. They have divided that country. Most of you who might have seen the chairperson of African Union shamelessly wearing a face on our television station is Al Jazeera, where saying he is going to sort out the Libya problem. What? Which Africa? Any African who was convinced with his statement must be also mentally very disturbed, because this man created the same problem. He knows that ISIS, General Assisi of Egypt, is part of the problem of Libya of General Khalifa Haftar. And this problem was created when General Assisi was the chairperson of African Union. They have a standing army of 3,000 men that are training in the desert of south of Libya, west of Egypt, supplied by the Egyptian army. We have to talk the truth. I have been, and my correspondents, my systems, networks have been to one of the camps. We have pictures that we can show you here. If anybody says, nga, we shall show the pictures. This type of things that go on in this continent, they are killing our livelihoods. Our future generation is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, in Mali, the same. In Mozambique, the Wagner group supported government forces in fighting insurgency in the country's north. Mozambique went and bought Wagner guys, the Russians, together with Mr. Kagame of Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, the killings around Cape Delgado, I don't want to tell you the story, but the story is going to be told by United Nations Human Rights, OCHA, that will bring up, and the Human Rights Organization that will bring out documentation of how Cape Delgado, the ISIS insurgents created by Middle East countries, together with Total Oil, how they were silenced. I want to take a credit here and give Kagame one credit. I am always honest. Everybody was fearing to go there. He got 2,000 troops, and the pole went down. He cleaned the area. At least people are now dividing the oil regions peacefully. The military coup in Burkina Faso was supported by, welcomed by demonstrations, waving Russian flags instead of the French flags. What does that tell you as an African who is going to listen to this discussion on this platform? One of the Wagner's earliest entry on the continent was a disaster. In 2019, Wagner deployed 160 fighters to the gas-rich Muslim-majority Cabo Delgado region in northern Mozambique. Within weeks, rebels with local Islamic State affiliate killed at least 7 Wagner troops, and officials were alarmed. A few months later, the Russians, Wagner group, pulled out, and the Kagame went in. That means that is the first place when they had a hurdle. Why then, as I come to conclusion, why do we lean much on Russia? I want to balance the argument here. As I said, I'm going to be a neutral person. Although in my heart, I know what I want. I will remain neutral today, listen to your conversation, and guide it up to where you want it ended. Most of the African states that liberated themselves from the colonial yoke, for me, I grew up, I found my country protected. My country, Uganda, was never colonized. I was born, it was a protectorate. I went to school under a protectorate. In 1959, I was 4 years old. 1960, 62, 7 years I had started primary one, I think primary 4. My independence came when my dad took us to the county headquarters over a fire to see the British flag come down. I remember that day very well. And I still have memories of the founding fathers, Kabaka Mutesa and Milton Obote, standing in Kololo, taking down the flag of the British and hoisting our Ugandan flag. So I have seen quite a lot of things we have witnessed. I've seen 10 military changes in my country. Some have been part and parcel of, some I was just an observer. So now, but our first casualty in Uganda was because President Obote was a Marxist. He was leaning to Russia because at that time it was only Russia that could help African countries to liberate themselves. In 1971, 25th January, the Western Hemisphere engineered paid General Idi Amin. General Idi Amin came and took over power in 1971. Some of us were with our parents. We fled into Tanzania. Some of us who were able to escape death, we stayed across as in Tanzania, younger people. In Kenya, younger people. That was the first casualty in our East African states. So, but we are pro-leftist Russians. We looked at Russia at the Communist Manifesto, the move to the left, the socialism, the type of socialism, the type of elections that Obote conducted in the first Obote phase before Idi Amin came to power. Peaceful. Schools were functioning. Uniforms were got. Letters could go to post office. You find your letter not opened. Can you post a letter today with money inside? The postman bringing it on the door will first of all open and go back and seal it. Then your relative will say, "Did you receive my present?" Said, "Which present?" "I have only received the letter which you wrote." But those days, ladies and gentlemen, those were the good days gone when money could be put in an envelope and it arrives at the destination. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I would like to to open the floor. That's the background. It is now true. It is now very clear. It is obvious. We have become, we are going to become a battlefield between the West and the military of the Russian outfit called Wagner military. We shouldn't, you know, we should not pretend that there's nothing wrong in Africa. If you want to speak, you raise, there's a mic on the right left hand side. If you want to leave notes, you don't need to put up a hand when I've already selected you. I've seen you, and we are going in that order of Mr. Knife, Mr. Kwame Nkrumah, Mr. Ismail Luther, Mr. Bob. Those are the first speakers that I've chosen now. Let's begin from Zimbabwe. Our friend from Zimbabwe with the best voice.
Good morning, Africa. Man, what a wonderful subject. So, if most of you have been paying attention to the news in Zimbabwe, last year the Russians got a full mining agreement with Zimbabwe, and then just 2 weeks ago, the Belarusian leader was in Zimbabwe, and he offered a trade deal with Russia with Zimbabwe, where they claiming that they are going to provide some farming equipment. And I guarantee you each of those deliveries will be firearms and weaponry. So you're very right on this, that Russia now is become the last standing option for this desperate African continent who have exhausted all of their loans and their lending ability. Nobody wants to lend them money, and they come to the end, and now they have to make a deal with the devil. It's kind of where we are right now. And it's unfortunate that the people who are doing these deals are not considering us in the equation. I think that there's an opportunity to be able to sustain African people when you make these big international deals with the devil, where there should be an increase in your sale price of your gold, so you can actually have a tax that goes towards your people, even if it's a little bit. There should be something that will come out of these new rules with our new colonializers, because these guys are somewhat pressured to go in this direction. But then the arrangements that they make should also not be under the same duress where we're giving up everything and getting nothing. I mean, there's got to be a way to make. Russia right now, they are talking about this cryptocurrency which they are going about to release is backed by gold. Where is Russia's gold coming from? This is like a year after they just got full mining rights of Zimbabwe. Now they have a cryptocurrency that is backed by gold. So, end of the day, the people always end up holding the bag of nothing, while these arrangements and these deals keep happening right in front of our face without honest disclosure to the people. So I think I'm going to start it right there. Zimbabwe is right now a Russian colony. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. Let me ask you one question. Zimbabwe
Yes, my brother.
is there, Zimbabwe gave mining rights and to the Russians, or they bought a mining, a
They,
mine. Did
they
they?
got they got a deal where they have full mining rights in exchange for military assistance. So Russia will back Zimbabwe up. They're going to open a brand new mine in the southern part of
Which
Zimbabwe,
which mine?
platinum mine.
Which mine is this knife?
They're going to open a brand new mine. They're going to start one in the southern part of Africa, platinum mine right now. That's what they're dealing. What the deal is about is a massive platinum
I
mine.
brother, you know, you are Mukwasha.
Yes,
I am from. I have friends from Marondera. You know that. So
yes.
I know the whole of Zimbabwe very well. Is it possible for you to tell me which part where the mine is? Because for then when tomorrow we come back to another platform, I would
Okay.
have found out the truth about it.
Okay, watch. Keep the show going. I'm gonna go on mute and then
Thank
I'll
you.
post it. I'll
Thank you.
post it in the nest. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. That was a good opener. We are just balanced. We want to find out why are we removing one colonial master and replacing with another one? What is different here? The other one might have been beating us slowly. This one might beat us harshly. Nkrumah, you are number two to seek a microphone on this platform. Therefore, you are next. And be brief like Mr. Knife. I like Mr. Knife. Thank you, with a nice voice. Mr. Nkrumah, Kwame Nkrumah.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. David. I hope it is possible to let me maybe expand a little bit what I want to say. My official name is Lassan Wedrago. I'm one of the people that is concerned about Wagner's and the Russian presence in Africa because I'm originally from Burkina Faso. And I wish, like many other people would have spoken before me, before hearing my side of the story. Burkina Faso is today in the brink of on its knee for what is happening since 2015. Personally, I live in, I'm a European citizen. I live in Dublin, in Ireland. And I believe many people listening might think this guy is going crazy. But let me start by an African say, because in Burkina Faso, we have what we called slag games. And we do say, if your auntie change, leave her husband to a new one, you better change the person of who you mess with. Russia is probably badly seen today, but we in our history, we non-Russian for many cooperation issues before Russia is back to support us. I'm one of the proud people who supported the French to leave, because why should we be talking about colonization or whatsoever in the 21st century when we had independences over 60 years ago? But if things are not changing, it has to happen. I am an international relations student. I studied international development, mediation, wars, and believe me, there is nothing that will change till we take radical measures to stop the slaughter of our people. In the 1990s, I was a teacher in the north of Burkina Faso. More than 20 to 30 villages. I will have cycled bike in the middle of the night as a teacher and go and meet my colleagues to play cards, games. Apart from bird, no one can even go around these areas. Thousands of people I knew were slaughtered like goats by the terrorists. And those who are following the stories on Mali and Burkina will tell you that is the same problem we are facing. Mali didn't chase France because they wanted. Burkina didn't chase France, they wanted. They have come to back up those decisions with evidence of double play, double games by the French, by international representative. And let me say that Burkina Faso started by kicking off the UN coordinator in Burkina, who was traveling freely to the rebels, to the terrorist areas, meeting with terrorist leaders, making false reports on how terrorists was at the brink of attacking the capital, while none of the UN officials were aware of it. The French ambassador played full of himself by making allegation against the authorities. Dr. David, you mentioned two military coup, which is nothing else than the same military who made the coup in January last year, divided into two, like making another coup in September. And that is because the French are very good in dividing and conquering, that they have paid so much million to online activists to spread false rumors against the army, against the government, to be able to fulfill their need. Talking about wealth, gold, and so on, even the French army in Africa become gold miners and no longer there to protect the people or the countries. The military cooperation never functioned. They never supported, except their own life is threatened by a group of terrorists, and they will act and use it as they're doing something. They have a military basis with drones, fighter helicopters, and so on, that can support the country better than this. But they're sitting and watching. So where on earth, I'm in Europe, if I go out right now and slap a white man on the street and I'm treated as a terrorist, not only my friends, my colleagues in Ireland or Europe will be investigated, but even my country of origin, whom I have played on my childhood, will be investigated to find out what are their connection with me. Why is it that in Africa, in one single day, 100, 200, 300 people can be killed in the watch of the French army, and no support, nothing done, and we have to keep them for long? Wagners might be treated as a terror, maybe militias or whatsoever mercenaries outside because they're no longer in Russia. But even the French use mercenaries in many of their causes. European, NATO, what they're doing is nothing on international laws as mercenaries that they can come together, bring other soldiers from other countries to go and destroy countries like Libya and Iraq and in Syria with no international laws respected. And we have to abide by the French rules. Dr. David, what you haven't mentioned, all the 14, 15 or 16 French colonies are still under the French rules, where the national currency, their money, is dealt by French, decided by French. The national assets has to be deposited in the French National Treasury. And only 15-20% is given to the country. And the rest, even though it's their belonging, it's their wealth, it's their resources, their finance, if they need extra, has to be borrowed and paid with interest back to the French. How come can we develop in the 21st century when a country like France can rule its former colonies in the 21st century this manners, and no one dare opening his mouth to say a word? One thing I agree with you, the African Union fell, the institution need to be revamped, the ECOWAS need to be revamped because they are built on the European models and put puppies that are there for the interests of the West and not our interests. I am talking to you today. Don't be surprised that tomorrow, after tomorrow, in the coming weeks or months, if it's necessary. Thank God I had a military training. I grew up in the revolution during Thomas Sankara, and I was one of the pioneers, the revolutionary pioneers. I don't mind even going to take weapons to fight the terrorists. Even if any French are there, I will fight them out. What we see in the continent, there's no way we can truly become independent, self-liberate ourselves, be free, if we don't sacrifice ourselves. That's why yesterday when I was talking, I encouraged the Federation of Guinea, Mali, Burkina, and possibly, with God's grace, Niger will have a military coup soon, and we can federate more in the West and make sure we stand up against those puppies that are selling our continent. Maybe I stop here for now on my opinion, and I will come back and share my life stories and experience here, because here I just stepped down as the former chairperson of the African Solidarity Center in Ireland, which is the main diaspora and umbrella organization, which I worked with the European Commission, the European Parliament, the UN, Human Rights Council, and I know what is happening inside and outside, and there's nothing we will be able to make the omelette without breaking the eggs. Let's break the eggs right now. Let's encourage and empower the younger generation to stand up for the future. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kwame Nkrumah from Burkina Faso, the land of Thomas Sankara. I will be coming to Dublin. I will notify you, and then we can sit down, because I saw one of your documents in the European Court of Justice some time back when I was filing an application against the sanctions against Zimbabwe by then. I asked the European Union to tell me why sanctions are still heaped on the people of Zimbabwe, yet they said they will remove Mugabe. Mugabe died. He could not be removed violently. So I wanted the court to interpret for me when one of the reasons of European Union ministers, Council of Ministers, was they wanted to remove him violently, but the sanctions did not help. So here we are. I saw one of your documents, and I will come back to you. Thank you very much. Hold on the line there. Let's bring another gentleman, Ismail Luta. Good evening. Today we are doing very well. Don't take too much time. Ismail Luta.
Good evening, Dr. Matsinga. I'm really dumbfounded and flabbergasted, and at the same time impressed that you have seen 10 coup d'etats in Uganda. It really means you have seen a lot, my uncle. Point number two.
From the first one of Mutesa in 1966, you can count. 1966, when Obote invaded the Paris with a general plot, and they Mutesa escaped. I've seen 1971, I was going to senior secondary school, which we call senior one. My father left me in a taxi to find my way because he was one of those in the car. The radio Uganda read the name. And my father said, "You're on your own." So I entered the senior secondary school on the same day Idi Amin overthrew the government on 25th January 1971. I carried my metallic box, ladies and gentlemen, to divert a bit. I carried my metallic box and I entered to a senior secondary school called Manjasi High School near the border with Tororo, with Kenya. I think God prepared me that I would become a rebel. He educated me near the border with Kenya. So I used to smuggle bread, newspapers, while I was in the senior secondary school. And we used to even smuggle so many things to attack. I became a rebel after my O levels, and I went to A levels. I couldn't finish because the blood was boiling. So I became a rebel, carrying things. The rest is story. Then another coup came. Then another one came. Then we came back. We removed the Rule, Idi Amin. We stole the Rule. We removed him after 68 days. Another one, Binaisa. We removed him. 1980, Obote came. Muanga was removed. Obote took over. 1985, finally, our slaves were caught. Our own generals, the one we fought with, overthrew us on 27th July, Saturday, 10 o'clock in the morning. Up to today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm in exile. Thank you. Proceed, Ismail.
But just for a short time, we'll be back. This time it will be a bloodless coup. I mean,
no, my children will go there. I am now an old man going to sunset. I can see this this lady here. My daughter has come. Is she here? She came and I went off. Okay, Luther, go ahead.
Point number 2. Africa has become a dog that barks and bites. You saw it with the Israel delegates. They were removed from the AU hall. You saw it with the French. They were removed from Burkina Faso. So African is improving. It's becoming a small dog that barks and also bites. Number 3, it's imperative for African to choose its friend that it will be working with. If you remember, when we were talking about the private military securities, we had Blackwater in the US, which was fighting in Iraq and did a lot of atrocities. So I'm not yet convinced that Wagner has arrived at that level of notoriety that Blackwater was characteristic of Blackwater. So let's give it time and observe. But the good thing is that Africa can choose its military partner that it can work with, because the French were taking it for a ride. So I'm very happy for that step. Point number 4, I'm very happy for the step Zimbabwe is taking, and we are always praying for it to improve. The same with Ghana. So for the African brothers, may God protect your country and preserve it. Otherwise, Dr. Matsinga, we need to move to that area whereby we as African can decide who we will be working with, and not other people coming and working on their own terms like the Europeans and the United States of America. So the same way we had welcomed China, let's this time try to work around with Russia on the security issues. Thank you.
Okay, radio.
Back to the studio.
Radio. Are you still there, Ismail? Radio punchline in this Let's hear that clip from the Indian. I sent you a clip to Nairobi. Let's hear that clip about Africa, about the war, the Russian type of war that they are bringing, which is in Ukraine, and the tactics they use. If you are ready, because we seem to be attacked.
We seem to be attacked.
We are being attacked by.
We are being attacked
the
by.
Russians should be cool.
The Russians should be cool. We are not talking about them badly. Some of us are quiet today. Some people are very quietly supporting them.
Can you play that clip?
Argumentative, but then tell me, buying Russian gas is not funding the war? I mean, why is it's only Indian money and oil coming to India which funds, but it's not gas coming to Europe which funds? I mean, look, somewhere, let's be a little even-handed out here. Countries in Europe and the West and the United States are so concerned. Why don't they allow Iranian oil to come into the market? Why don't they allow Venezuelan oil to come into the market? I mean, they've squeezed every other source of oil we have. And then say, okay, guys, you must not go into the market and get the best deal for your people. I don't think that's a very fair approach.
How do you think you'll be trusted by others after that? Why do you think anyone will help Delhi after you didn't help others over Ukraine?
If I were to take Europe collectively, which has been singularly silent on many things which were happening, for example, in Asia, you could ask why would anybody in Asia trust Europe on anything at all? People need to understand, if you can be considerate of yourself, surely you can be considerate of other people. So if a Europe says, we have to manage it in a way in which its impact on my economy is not dramatic, that freedom or that choice should exist for other people as well. Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. That if it is you, it's yours. If it is me, it's ours. You know, a linkage between China and India and what's happening in Ukraine. So come on, guys. I mean, China and India happened way before anything happened in Ukraine. We have a difficult relationship with China. We're perfectly capable of managing it. It's if I get global understanding and support, obviously it is of help to me. But this idea that I do a transaction, that I come in one conflict because it will help me in conflict too, that's not how the world works. A lot of our problems in China have nothing to do with Ukraine, have nothing to do with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, because it is in the Indian type of English, but you must have picked a few things from there, what he meant. All of you. He says one problem, the problem of Europe, looks like it's not our problem is not a European problem, but they want us to make their problem our problem. That is the tussle we have right now with the Ukrainian war. Everybody in Africa, a country that refuses, for example, a country that refuses to recognize that Ukraine is under fire, such a country is blacklisted. Are we not becoming a proxy? Are we not becoming, not actually proxy, victims of something we don't know? If you are found buying fertilizers from Russia, you are penalized. And you are told you have broken sanctions. But when the Blackwater outfit, which is similar to Wagner outfit, went to Iraq, I have friends, Ugandan friends, who served in the Blackwater outfit in Afghanistan. Some of them never came back. We have never seen their bodies. Iraq. Some of them, I have a friend in London who left me his keys. And it took me 3 years before he arrived. He said, my friend, I've just resurrected. I was in one of those northern parts of Iraq where Good Samaritans said, you're a black guy, you better go back to London. You see, he ended up falling into different armies there of the Kurdistan fighters. So there are so many things that have happened to our continent. Are we again entertaining? You saw Mr. Kwame Nkrumah from Burkina Faso. I think he's saying he might even be picking guns. But I want to talk to you later on. Don't pick gun yet. We can talk. I'm a peacemaker. I want to welcome Honorable Shamara. Thank you very much for coming again. My sister from Canada, thank you. All of you, thank you very much for coming. Samson, you know when you are on this platform, you know what your work is. You simply just request to be the co-host. Samson from New York, from Washington. Oite, thank you very much. The Tanzanian friend of ours, thank you very much. All of you who were here yesterday, you are welcome back. You are free to make your contribution. You are free to listen, to write down the notes. You are free to even put up your hand and talk. Let's go to the next speaker right now. The next speaker is Mr. Maunyo Bouka. Thank you very much, Maunyo. And do you hear me? Radio Punchline, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Maunyo, I've given you the platform, the microphone. Please, can you speak? Okay.
Twitter's having problems.
Is having problems.
It's the Twitter platform, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I thank you very much, Mr. Knife. You have produced the evidence that I was looking for, and the evidence is up there. The war in Ukraine and the sanctions on Russia have forced Russia to exit the platinum mining mission. But Belarus is playing the face for the Russia in Zimbabwe. Thank you very much for that comment. We shall look at it now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, since some people fear to speak, Faisal, thank you very much. Faisal from Somalia. I can see the Villa Somalia coat of arms ready to speak.
Please, Mr. David, let me know the Wagner military or Western armies. I'm out of the topic. Can you share with me with some ideas? Let me know the agenda. Hello?
The agenda is written above here. Is Africa a Cold War?
Up there. Then you joined without knowing.
I have just joined. I was in another mood. So
okay.
I just in that space.
Okay, my brother. Okay. Okay, my brother, let me
Yes,
help you
David,
quickly.
Mr. David.
We are talking about the Russian war, Cold War, the Cold War in Europe being brought on African continent. Do you have any mercenaries in Somalia? Do you have any Russian mercenaries fighting in Somalia?
No, I don't have any mercenaries in Somalia, and I don't talk about wars. Although, as a Somalis, I'm a Somali guy. We don't like wars. We have took all the way from some 90s, 30 years ago. We know what is war, and we don't like war, and I don't like to talk about war. Yes, Mr. David, I'm sorry.
Then.
I'm sorry.
Then what are you doing here, please, in this space, my friend?
Yeah, Dr. David, I think.
The wife might be very harsh at home. So space also now helps us.
Dr. David, I think I'm on
discuss
now.
matters that instead of quarreling with our wives, we must spend some time outside and discuss. It's part of, running away from problems. No violence in the house, and you have eaten your dinner. You stay in your table and talk. Think about tomorrow. So thank you very much. I can see Rolex. Is it Rolex watch pound man? You want to speak? Tell us more about this topic at the top. The microphone is yours. Samson, would you like to come up? I've given you the microphone, Mr. Rolex. Good evening. Go on now.
Yes, good evening. I'm speaking from Nigeria. My name is Ernest.
He's still a listener here. No, this is Maunyo, Dr. David. I was having a problem before. I don't know if I can have my input now.
Rolex, wait. Wait now. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not Rolex speaking. This is Maunyo speaking, not Rolex.
I have stopped him for you to speak, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead now. It is your mic, Mr.
And this is Maunyo, right?
Maunyo, it is your mic. I've stopped Mr. Rolex so that you can continue and finish your discussion. Today, people have not taken coffee or something. Hey.
Thank you very.
Go ahead now.
Thank you very much. Shall I proceed, please? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, I want to add to my brother from Burkina Faso about everything that he said. And it is, let me put it this way, it looks like to us as an insult when people keep saying that
your network is not very good.
Yeah,
your network is not good.
It looks like the platform is very bad in this area. It's been happening since Friday. All right,
You're not nearing elections.
And can you believe that I'm in a building of Verizon? Can you believe that?
Are you in Nigeria at the moment?
It's the Twitter platform.
The network is not good here, so I'll drop. I'll come back, and see what's going on.
It's not your network. It's the Twitter platform. They're working on the Twitter platform.
Oh, okay. We shall not give up. Samson, test the microphone and speak, please.
Thank you, Dr. Masanga. Can I be heard?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, I'll be on for a while, but because I'm working, I might be off, but I'm listening. And I would just like to contribute a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it clear now?
Clear, very clear.
Yeah, is Africa a Cold War battlefield for Wagner military or Western armies? I myself am not really aware of the new military force that is in Zaire, as you are saying. But I just know that this is a military force that was both in Syria and it was mentioned in those territories in Ukraine and headed by somebody who is normally called a chef for the Kremlin. I understand he owns a lot of restaurants that supply the Kremlin with food, but at the same time, he's a military person. So, as for the organization itself, I'm a bit aware of how it is and how it has been performing. But as far as Africa is concerned, I haven't yet gotten the real information whether this force is in Africa because it's associated with most of the war that has been going on in Ukraine. So since the war is still in Ukraine, I'm somehow doubtful whether the force can go to Zaire because it's more needed in Ukraine than in Zaire. But if there are people there in Zaire who are saying they are from the Wagner force, it's a big force, understands over 50,000 soldiers. And it's well armed to the teeth. And they are mostly well-paid people. But I don't know if they're in Africa yet. But if they are to be in Africa, it would be our own problem, not even the Western or Russia. Because a person employing mercenaries in Africa is actually working against himself. Because mercenaries have never solved anything. They can clear the battle for you, but you have to fight and continue to win the war by yourself. So it's useless to use a mercenary force to fight for you because the mercenaries just want money and they can fight on both sides. They can win for you and yet they'll use you and again win for the other person if he's paid in another currency. I think there was a mercenary force that was going to overthrow the president of an oil-rich country in West Africa who were arrested at the point when they were just landing. I think that's a memory of what usually happens. They are actually used on both sides. You cannot expect a military mercenary force to win for you and hold you in power. So in regards to DRC, if DRC, as Dr. Masanga, you said once, that DRC is employing mercenaries from Russia, that's the president of DRC, that would be a very bad move. DRC has 100 million people and a military of around 120,000. So it's just better to buy arms from those countries, use your own people to fight for you your own battles. But if you use a mercenary force, that mercenary force will put you in a lot of problems. That's the little I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samson. The country is Equatorial Guinea. The president is Nguema, who hired the mercenaries. The mercenaries were mainly from Britain. They were intercepted at Harare International Airport on their way to Equatorial Guinea. that is for the purposes of people on the platform to know the country that Paul Sam was talking about. Thank you very much. The topic is Africa becoming a Cold War battlefield for Wagner military and the Western armies? We are not, I'm neutral. I want to hear from you people. Vivalex, my sister from Amazonia, as Paul Biya hired some of these mercenaries. Pick the mic and go ahead. The platform is yours.
Thank you so much, Doug. Thanks to participants, and all protocols always respected. Yes, the question is, is Africa becoming a Cold War battlefield? Yes, it is. It is, because as we speak, yes, there are those Wagner mercenaries currently in Cameroon. We know about it. We know that this accord was signed a couple of years ago between Russia and Cameroon, the Cameroonian government, because Cameroon has been in fear of the fact that with the war that has gone on between the authorities, the Cameroonian government, and I want to state this very clear, that the war, the conflict in the Cameroons is not a language war. It is a war that concerns the existence of a people. It is a war that came about because of the improper decolonization process that took place. The improper placing of people or merging of people together who had completely different traditions and cultures. And so this war has gone on for the past 6 years, and it reached a point where Mr. Biya feared for the existence of Cameroon, and had that concern because the West wasn't really, and when I say the West, I mean the US, Canada, and sometimes maybe probably Britain, because Britain is at the center of this war. Britain practically sold the southern Cameroons to East Cameroon, or to French Cameroon, and it came a time when East Cameroon, or Francophone Cameroon, started marginalizing and abusing and carrying out all these gross human rights abuses, and practically walking away from the federated union that was agreed upon back in 1961, before these two countries came together. It's been an ongoing practice from French-speaking Cameroon. Now, the reasons why I know 100% that there is the Wagner in Cameroon is because that has been confirmed as of 2 months ago. They're currently looking at the territory, going into the territory and discovering the territory. And one of the reasons why the US Africa Summit took place was because of the Wagner's presence and the activities of Russia in the African continent. If we all have been paying attention, we will realize that Cameroon has noticeably been absent when it comes to issues relating to Russia's intervention into Ukraine. Cameroon has either marked absent or has decided not to be a part of anything that concerns the United Nations decision-making on Russia. That said, with the presence of the Wagner in Cameroon, what can probably happen? Now, the Cameroonian authorities themselves are so divided, right? Which means that the faction within the government that actually approved the coming of the Wagner into Cameroon is at loggerheads with many of the other factions who really want the conflict in the Cameroons to be resolved. Okay, and so the Wagner was brought into Cameroon so that the Wagner can take control of the situation in case there is a succession problem, because there is equally that problem that is plaguing Cameroon at this point, because as we know, Mr. Biya of Cameroon has been the leader of Cameroon for the past 40 years and counting. He's still. So the problem is who succeeds Mr. Biya. There is a faction that badly wants to stay in power and maintain power, which continuously comes from the tribe of Mr. Biya himself. As we know, the problem with Africa is the tribalism that has eaten our souls. So the Wagner's presence in Cameroon is on multiple folds. The faction that wants to maintain power in Cameroon is actually responsible for Wagner's presence in Cameroon. On another fold, the Wagner is in Cameroon because they want to suppress the voices of the English-speaking people, or the Southern Cameroonians, or AKA Ambazonians, who want so badly to regain their independence. The independence that was taken away from them from inception, from 1961, when they merged with French Cameroon to form two equal federated states. It has never happened. And so Cameroon wants to keep its grip over Southern Cameroonians, over English-speaking Cameroonians, or over Ambazonians, as they prefer to be called. So the Cold War exists. It is a present danger, and these are situations that we need to look at before actually looking at the fact that is Africa really free from colonialism? If Russia is having a grip, if the US is having a grip, and if France, which has been the problem in the Cameroons, this war is about France and not really Cameroonians against Cameroonians. It is about France making sure that it has its grip, permanent grip over Cameroon. Lest we forget, without Cameroon, without all Francophone countries, France will cease to exist as a country with the resources that, quote, it claims it has. All those resources come from Africa. How do we take off this grip from Russia and from France? How do we play politics, international politics, the way it is played, so we come out victorious and not always claim the victim? And not only the victim, the very disrespected victim. I yield. Thank you, Doc, for giving me the chance to talk.
Okay. Thank you very much. My sister from Cameroon, for Samson, who said you did not know that there were mercenaries on African continent, there you are. Or there were Russian people on them now on the continent. I think now you know. There are so many other countries. Slowly we are going to know where they are. Mali has, in Mali, they are there. They are officially there. In Libya, they are officially there. They are guarding, they claim they are guarding, they have been hired to guard oil regions of the late Gaddafi's country. Let's move on with good speed. My sister Vivalix, if you can put off your phone, mute your phone. Who next was to speak? Pascal. Then we get Freeman. Then we get Gaff did. My friend, you have come back after a long time. Let's get Pascal.
Hi,
Freeman.
good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Thank you for giving me the platform. So, straight to the question, I think the issue of Wagner machineries in Africa depends on which angle you're talking of. Let's say our neighbors here, or very close neighbors, not very far. That's Mali. How long has the French been in that country? It's over 10 years they've been there. You understand? Initially, they started very good, and all of a sudden, everything, stopped. You understand? So the question is, the areas where we should be looking at what are the roles that these Wagner groups are playing? Yeah, mercenaries. Some will say that they are not helping governments or they create one problem to another. Yes, in every story or in every event, there are good and bad things. But personally speaking, I think if you are in Europe, those of you who are living in the Western world, and the view you have and those who are living in Africa will have always different. Because if you look at Mali today, the population appreciates the Wagner presence because at least it has not stopped the conflict 100%, but it has reduced drastically compared to the French who are there working and collaborating with the terrorists. You understand? You look at Central African Republic, what they have gone through, but with the mercenaries, things were able to, conflict were able to quell. So, personally speaking, it's high time for Africa to take up their mandate. The ECOWAS, the SADC, the AU, they should have a very strong standby force that will intervene anywhere there's a war. For example, the issue of Congo, you understand? It has been going before we were born. Before myself, I was born. I've grown up hearing Congo, and other countries. But what is the role of African Union? It is to have a force that anywhere there's a conflict, they are going to be they will intervene and to make sure there's a peace in that country. But because of conflict or external forces that keep interfering in these issues, overshadowed peace in Africa. Now we talk about leadership. You understand? The type of leaders we create or we elect to represent us are also the problem in Africa. Because you cannot be a president and you are looking interest or you're working for the external interest and not the internal interest that you support, that you are elected for. You understand? That's the more reason why we need to come up. And like I said yesterday, the voice of young people in Africa is making Africa to change. It's gonna change. Whether people like it or not, I don't know how long it's gonna take. But now people are speaking, people are aware. You understand? Thanks to social media, whatever happened, people reveal it. You understand? People discuss it all the time. So the Wagner machinery in Africa is a call of concern. Of course, we need to take note of that. But the question is, we have three great power politics. You have the Americans, you have the Chinese, you have the Russians now. Now, for far too long, the the Western world have been in Africa, colonizing Africa. They're investing, giving us loans upon loans, loans upon loans. And these loans are so interesting that the loan the American will take, they pay 1.2% interest, is the same loan that the Gambia or the Senegalese government will take, and they'll pay 9% of it. You understand? So that's where the injustice came. So now you have these three powers that are now fighting that have internal fighting within themselves. Who is going to control Africa? Now the Chinese are coming in Africa. They offer infrastructures. You understand? Now, the Russians now are offering us with military equipments or security guarantee or whatever that somebody will call it. So, but each of these countries, each of these players have an interest in Africa because they know at the end of the day, Africa is a very rich country, it's a very rich continent, and we have all it takes minerally or whatever resource we are thinking of in this world, Africa have it. But now the question becomes now, what is our role as citizens of our respective countries? What are the type of leaders are we bringing on board to represent us in the international stage? Africa is one of the richest continents. We have the youngest population, yet we are not represented in global decision-making positions. On the UN Security Council, nothing is in there. The G7, now we are calling for all that to be, given to Africa. But now, as our generation, my generation, have a responsibility. Our responsibility is that it should be to look at people who are capable enough, those who will stand against pressure from the West, those who will not listen to dictates from America, from the European Union, who think like the India foreign minister was saying, who always think that their problem should be everybody's problem, but my problem should not be their problem. Those are gone are those days. And the war in Ukraine, actually, like I said yesterday, present a great opportunity for Africa to start standing firm and choosing which partner they should collaborate or not to collaborate. Like my colleague said yesterday, we have to learn, relearn, and de-learn. That's the only way forward. And once again, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Doctor. And like I said yesterday, I am learning a lot, probably from great minds across the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal. Dr. Masanga, I think we have Yangi. Yangi had put up his hand. Yeah, Yangi, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I've really been a fan of Twitter for opportunity and a platform like this for people to come together and discuss issues like this, like minds, because it's very difficult to find people to discuss in the society. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the doctor for bringing us together also. So I've been somebody who thinks deeply, and I don't want us to keep thinking about African problems from the stem or from the leaves or from the branches. I want us to think deeper and try to understand where our problem really started from. So I think in Africa, we need to start looking at our problems from a spiritual point of view too, because we can't keep thinking about because we were all born into this problem. So this problem is not the creation of anybody, a generation, and we don't look like we can solve it, because most of the time we always think about our problems from the branch and from the stems, not thinking about the root cause. So I'm from Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm also a Yoruba man. So in our culture, we look at problems also from spiritual perspectives. For instance, if somebody is sick, somebody has malaria, for instance, and you take the person to a Yoruba physician, that's our cultural doctors, they have other ways to cure such diseases without even visiting therapy, and things that look funny, but they work. So I think the problem of African is a trauma. It's a trauma because we seem not to like our being. We don't like ourselves. We don't like our ancestors. So these things makes us vulnerable, because an average African man now is afraid of the deities in his tribe. And when he thinks about the deities in his tribe, he cannot sleep. So they reduced an average African man to a boy who is scared of his ancestors. So I know we want to talk about Wagner Group in Africa. We want to talk about these foreign forces. The foreign forces are always going to be there if we don't find a way to come together. And what can bring us together? The only thing that can bring us together is our history, our culture, our tradition, our religion. Those are the only things that can really be good. Because I've looked at countries all around the world, in Europe, in Asia, and I found out that we like calling ourselves tribalistics. Tribal, we are not supposed to be tribal. But countries in Europe, for instance, are created across tribal lines. Germany is created by Germans. The German army was created by Germans. Then we got Spain, Spanish. We have Chinese, China. These countries are named according to their languages. And these countries are tribal. If the war in Ukraine was in Africa, they would say it's a tribal war. But of course, it's a tribal war happening in Ukraine. So I don't want Africans to keep exalting our colonial countries, our colonial identities, and downplay our tribe. Because I see a lot of Africans coming together saying we should just forget about our tribe and leave these synthetic countries. Because our countries are synthetic. They are not natural countries. They are not real countries. African countries were created across tribal, African countries are distributed by conquest. They sat down in the Berlin Conference and decided that these are the lands I have conquered. The Spanish decided, these are the lands I have conquered. The English decided, these are the lands I have conquered. And they created boundaries, not caring about our culture, our differences, our origin, but they care about their conquest. And that is not a bad...
Mr. Yongi.
Sir.
I just want to ask you one question.
Okay, sir.
The roots, the branches, you said the leaves.
Yes, sir.
And you came to almost delivering a very good point. And then you ran away from it. You talked about morality, morals. Our morals as Africans.
Yes, sir.
Are gone.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, we might never be united at all.
Yes, sir.
Is that the point you are trying to make? Because it looks that every African country, morality has gone.
Yes, sir.
The type of, if you find African ministers on a plane going to Dubai, and if by God's miracle you became an angel and opened their briefcase quietly, you will cry tears, go back to God and say, God, what happened? Someone has left a family in Africa without food. There are certain families in Africa that don't have food.
Yes, sir.
They sleep hungry. But if you go to the briefcase of some of our leaders, the ministers, they have gone to Dubai every day like a Valentine's Day. Some of them even created reasons to go to those countries, especially Dubai, that has become the local Lagos, and the local Nairobi, local Kampala. You know, for your information, that is not a city I can go to. In fact, I don't even want a plane to pass me near there because there is no peace there at all. You can't have peace in Dubai. It has been taken over by bad manners again. Most of our people have gone there. The morality has dropped. You find somebody trying to con you the style that they use on the streets of Kampala, telling you that, oh, I'll do this, let me take you to this shop. this, that. No, you see. So, are you saying that the lack of unity will bring us more of these mercenaries on our
Yes, sir.
continent?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is
That's
that the
exactly what I'm
point?
trying to say,
Yes.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Develop your point from there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, develop your point. Finish up.
Okay.
Wind up
Okay.
your point.
Okay. Now. Okay. You know, if you look at other countries, for instance, and in Europe, I want to think that the European civilization is the roots of the success in Europe today is in the Bible, because the European culture, their rule of law, the way they see the world, their foundation is in the Bible. So is the Arabs. The foundation of the Arab people also, their rule of law, the way they see life generally is in the Quran. So now you find out that these people's life is not. Yeah. Hello. Can I continue? Okay. So
yeah, go on, Samson. Yeah, hold on, first, Yankee. Samson, you want to drop out? Samson.
Hello.
Samson, are you hearing me?
Samson, are you hearing the doctor?
No.
No,
I don't know. I think the connection is lost.
Yeah, maybe what you should do is disconnect yourself from speaker and then request again, and then he'll bring you back up.
Let me.
Okay. So I kind of discovered that the roots and the foundation of the Arab civilization today is in the Quran. So we lost all that. We lost our roots. We lost ourselves, and we ate who we are. And we ate who we are just because we have taken on these new identities given to us by our oppressors, and these new standards set for us, and and it's tearing us apart because that's not our real life. So we cannot build on the works of our ancestors. We cannot build on the works of an ancestor because we think the ancestors achieved nothing. The ancestors were no good. So there's a big disconnection there. But when you look at the Arabs and the Europeans, they are so connected because all the public holidays that we actually observe in Africa, Christmas, the Ramadan, it has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with our history. It has nothing to do with our identity. Meanwhile, 150 years ago or 200 years ago, we had a lot of festivals that we did in our tribes. So to accept this new identity and to rate it over what we have been for thousands of years. Nigeria is not up to 150 years, but Yoruba as a country has been in existence for thousands of years. And now to say that you are a tribal bigot for identify yourself firmly by your tribe, where in other parts of the world, Englishman, okay, yeah, I want to know if a lot of people are interested in football here. If Cristiano Ronaldo was an Englishman, Manchester United would never treat him like that. If Ronaldo was an Englishman, we would think he's the best player in the world because the media is going to propagate it in a way that a lot of people will believe that he's way better than Messi. These countries are tribal, so we cannot let go of our real identity and exalt this colonial identity of Nigeria, Ivory Coast, or whatever, all these countries, all these new formations of countries that we have to speak a foreign language, we have to live by foreign rule of law, because the foundation of our constitutions are not our culture. The foundation of our constitutions are Western cultures, Western constitutions.
Can I interject real quick, Doctor? Just as a short point.
Okay, sir.
So I think you are absolutely right. We come from a continent that is an actual spiritual living entity. That's what our continent is. and their spiritual rituals which we have neglected based
Yes,
on what
sir.
based on colonialization and the introduction of Christianity. But
Yes, sir.
there is one thing that is what is taken away the actual wealth from Africa. I'm going to give you an example about why Southern Africa is in the condition it's in. Just a quick one. It goes back to like 1910 when there was a company called Victoria Falls Transvaal Power Company. This was a fake electric company that was created by Cecil Rhodes. He told the people in South Africa, I will bring electricity from Victoria Falls and I will send it all the way to South Africa. He took this fake company, put it on the stock market, started to trade it, right? And that's where you see now the problem of how are we going to unhinge ourselves from this design, which when Zimbabwe got independence, the conditions of Cecil John Rhodes and the empire he built had to remain intact in our freedom. They could not eliminate that empire of Rhodes and dissolve it for the people of Zimbabwe. They had to let it continue to exist. And then we had to try to build Zimbabwe with the crumbs. I think now that's a different equation from our spirituality. This is now finance and business. They kind of created an empire from our backyard, which is trading across the world, and it's not paying taxes in our backyard. And it's an empire which is running the whole world today. What's it called? The standard of diamonds across the world is still that same guy, Cecil Rhodes. So you're right about the spirituality. It will bring us harmony. It will bring us unity as people on the ground. But when it comes to the balance of power and money, I think this goes further back than our Robert Mugabe's. It goes back to our founders. These colonializers, that's where the problem started, and we're still suffering it till today.
Okay. Thank you for adding that.
Youngie, can I ask you a question? You know, there's
Okay. All right, sir.
Yeah. If you want to ask a question, you go through the host. I'm here. So who wants to ask the question?
It's me. Drilly.
Yeah, Mr. Drilly. I hope you are not going to be controversial like yesterday.
No.
So, but
it's just a question,
okay.
right? Because he said he wants we should identify with our tribes. In Nigeria, there's over 300 different tribes. So does he want Nigeria cut up into 300 small pieces? Is that what his solution is?
Okay. Yeah. The problem is we need to go and study about language families of the world, because if you understand the concept of language families in linguistics, you understand that many of these. Okay, for example, in Yoruba, for instance, now we have some other sub-tribes. Because English language is a language, doesn't mean that the Welsh are not speaking English. Doesn't mean that the Scottish are not speaking English. So we have a lot of people also that are Yorubas, but their language is just that they have a different dialect. If they're going to separate and divide us now, for instance, in Nigeria, I don't think we are going to get more than 5 countries from Nigeria. Because if you look at the distribution of our land in the past, maybe 200 years ago, before we started all this, you find that it's not like we had so much scattered clusters of countries. But it's just that we had, for example, in Europe, we have the Romance language. It's a language family, Indo-Pacific language families. Then we have the Romance language, and that's Latin. We have 3 major countries speaking that language: Italy, Spain, and Portugal. We have Germanic languages. In Europe also, the Germanic languages, we have England, Germany, Netherlands. So also in Nigeria and in Africa, we have one language family in sub-Saharan Africa. That is Niger-Congo linguistic family. So now, if you break down these languages, you find that in Africa, we might not have up to 60 countries. And even if you look at history, you find that most of the countries that were under the, most of these people that were calling different tribes, they were under the Oyo Empire. most of this, because the Europeans came, because we don't know our history and we listen to what our history is from them, they do all these manipulations just to make us think we are so different. We are not so different from each other. I hear a lot of Africans saying that we have distinct tribes.
Wait, but that's what you just said.
Okay.
You just said we're different and we shouldn't be together. So you're doing the same thing, right?
No.
Okay. I have seen where the argument is and where the points he has made. So really, don't take him to task. The man is just trying to tell you that we used to have Oyo Empire, the Ashanti Empire, Benin Empire. We used to have the Buganda Empire, Zulu, Shaka the Zulu, Lobengula, the Sukuma, the Hehe, the Majimaji Rebellion. I can mention but just a few, because I know all of them by head. Even the years when the rebellions took place. I don't need a Google map. But what he's trying to say, yes, sir.
No, I said Mziligazi.
Yes, Mziligazi. All these type of things, we know them. Now, I don't know whether Young is trying to tell us we should go back there. I think the point Young is trying to make is that let's go back to our tradition and the culture, which has been eroded. That's why you find even the Russians coming, taking the place of the other colonizer, and they are okay, they have everything. They will promise you, we can protect you. You give us dollars, we shall protect you. There is another thing that is happening in Africa where people are coming to buy land, real land, buying not simple one plot, not one farm. I think a man from Zimbabwe will tell you, Arab investors are buying land for the Western countries, because the Western countries are the ones who know where our oil, platinum, coltan, cobalt, where they are. They came here and did all the geological survey. Anybody from Kenya who is on this platform will tell you that they grew up, or anybody from Uganda. When some of us grew up, we didn't know that there was oil in the Albertine region. Those in Kenya did not know that there was oil in Turkana. But from 1884, the French geologists knew that there was oil in Turkana. They knew it. And they kept on keeping Turkana a very bad area. And they made it very impossible for us even to do any business with those guys. They kept them wearing shirts, walking naked. Let me go back to my own country, Karamoja. Another area where we have diamonds and the gold. One of the purest gold is found in Karamoja. That's why the British wanted to settle the Israelis in Karamoja. Why didn't they say go and settle somewhere and mix with others? But they knew there was diamond and gold in Karamoja. But they kept that area, kept those people to keep the customs. They could come and dance the Karamojong dance, the Maasai dance, the Turkana dance. Have you noticed there is something very strange with our partners across in Europe? They like our dancing. I am sorry. I want everybody here to at least laugh a bit. These guys from Europe like our dancing so much. If you go to Mombasa, if you go to a hotel in Mombasa, And then you write on a notebook that today there will be traditional dancers. Nobody will go to sleep. Even the one of 80 years old will be there glued to see how the Maasai jump, how they dance. They take pictures. You know, we did not know. We are kept doing those type of things. While underneath us, if they know that Nigeria has discovered oil in the Delta area, they will create a war so that Nigeria does not have the equipment even to go there to drill the war. But Shell BP and Total Oil Company, they will have the power to drill. That, have you not seen that, you people? Do you do research, careful analysis that Shell BP and Total Oil can penetrate any war zone and build and drill oil, but the country itself cannot drill oil? My country, Uganda, as we speak, I think it is the next one that might actually hire. But for us in Uganda, we have about 2 million soldiers. So if you come for us, you have to be prepared. We are well organized. I am not Ruta, don't kill me because I'm just Ismail, I am just saying something. We have almost 2 million soldiers. By the way, there is no Ugandan who doesn't know how to use a gun. I want to warn everybody on the platform so that when you come to Kampala and I think you'll beat somebody and slap him and go away, and when he says he's coming back, please try to find a ventilator and get out, because trouble could come. Most of us, most Ugandans know how to use a gun. They have been taken to schools of training, military school called Chankwanzi, which is very, very good for training people so that they defend themselves. I am even surprised my mom at the age of 90, she knows exactly what an AK for, because she's LOC chairperson of my, she has been an LOC, but now she's getting old. I told her, Mom, don't involve yourself. She used to be the chairperson of the parish, and the people could come bring their cases there. So these are some of the things that we have not known. Why some of these areas of ours, my sister from Cameroon knows very well that why the area of Amazonia can never be given independence. They don't want to give you independence because they know very well it is that area, southeastern Cameroon, where Amazonia is, where there is oil, plenty of it. You are sitting on plenty of oil that you can drill for over 50 to 100 years. They cannot surrender it. I've looked at all the conflicts in Africa. They all go back to oil. Look at what they have done to President Museveni. He wants a pipeline from Hoima, Albertine region, where Uganda wants to pump its oil to Mwanza, to Tanga. They came up and said, no, you are disrupting oil environment. The pipeline is going to disrupt the environment. We are not giving you the money. Look at that. But when they were proposing the oil company, Total, didn't it know that there was an environment there? They knew. So, ladies and gentlemen, what Young has said has sense. Until ourselves as Africans go back and do what we call a renaissance or reformation. Europe is stable because they did both. There was a reformation, there is a renaissance. Africa needs a renaissance to avoid mercenary armies sitting on their soil, creating a war. Look at another war that is brewing in Zambia between China and America. The Chinese came and bought the copper mines at very little money. They paid Zambian government, and they said they will rehabilitate the copper mines. Within 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, the copper mine had already started delivering results. They were exporting their copper, making all the materials that come out of copper. Now the new government of Zambia comes in and says, no, we want to sign an agreement between America and ourselves, giving the supply lines of all the minerals that come from Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo through the city of Lubumbashi and Ndola and up to Lusaka. Now, look, tell me, don't you need the Russian Wagner now to stand in the middle to stop the fallout between China and Zambia? How many of these cities and the capital cities of ours are going to be taken over by Chinese? Are you aware that we are sitting on a time bomb? Are you aware, Oite, that we should create a tribe for Chinese? As we talk about Wagner, let's also think of giving Chinese a tribe. Because at the moment, Chinese are busy producing. You remember, Mao Zedong told them to produce only one child because their rate of production is double. So in Africa now, Chinese are producing every night. I'm told they are producing about 3,000 children in entire Africa. So you tell me, I read it somewhere, very soon in 10 years, we shall have Chinese tribes on this continent of Africa. We must prepare for these things. So the next speaker is, thank you very much, Mr. Yangi. You can now close your phone and wait there. Some other questions will be coming.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And I continue going to church, as you say, like some of us go to church every Sunday. I'm an Anglican, and I'm an assistant warden for my church for 32 years. At least I can see the dwindling number of younger men, white younger men, don't come to church anymore. It is the elderly that I always see in the church open doors for and close the door when they have left, as a warden, assistant warden of the St. Lady Mary's Church, Anglican Church of England in Surrey. So there is something that we need to talk about to prepare ourselves. In a country like Britain, where I am before I landed the mic, the Indian community came here, they were chased by Idi Amin from my country, Uganda. But they have worked so hard and arrived the status of a prime minister. Yes, you show me the Ghanaian man who was given to be the Minister of Finance in Britain almost brought the country down. What bewitched us Africans? Look, our friends, the Asians, they are very prosperous. They sponsor parties. They sponsor Labour Party. They sponsor Conservative Party. They pay billions. And some of these are the people, chased from Uganda. They left with nothing. But what is happening to our culture? What is happening to us Africans? We don't unite. We fight each other. We have taken the Yoruba and the Fulani and the Igbo, Acholi and the Ugandan, Kikuyu and the Kalenjin wars, even in Europe. We have taken the Shona, the Bere wars, the Zulu and others wars in countries where we have resettled. Isn't it time for us to bury this difference and started working for unity of purpose to avoid our continent being taken over? The next speaker is this guy, this man called, is it Freeman?
Yes.
Freeman Kafidin.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I always appreciate your insight and the way you are trying to bring back our African pride. So I really appreciate that. So your question is Africa a Cold War battlefield for Wagner military and Western armies? My answer to that is that I see a Cold War roaming for sure, but I think we can put up or scale up the conversation a bit higher because Wagner is just one element, in the whole puzzle. Just one thing in a big puzzle for me. Let me speak on your point, your last point. You were asking a very strong question, a question that I think every African should ask themselves. What's wrong with us Africans? You talked about the example of Indians coming to the UK and then they become successful. I went to school in the US and I saw how, for example, Hispanics and other communities, Asians in America, all kinds of Asians, pretty much, really, not only the Indians. They come here, they build Chamber of Commerce, they build these strong think tanks, and they become successful. So much so that their income and their leverage is always even higher than the average white people. Okay, let me come back to that doesn't happen for Africans. As you can imagine, we are always busy fighting Congolese. Oh, this is not a real Congolese, instead of coming together as Congolese or Africans. And then Nigerians, they have their own kind of tribalism kind of stuff. So we have this lack of solidarity and the lack of a common, at least collective vision as Africans. And I'm not sure if it's coming from our culture. I'm not sure if it's coming from where it's coming from, but it is a disservice to us as Africans. And I see that from all levels. I see individuals, even doctors, still identifying themselves as, oh, I am a Yoruba. Instead of, they see themselves first and foremost as a Yoruba or a Tutsi or a Hutu or you name it, all kinds of identifications we give ourselves instead of seeing us, even in foreign lands, instead of seeing ourselves as Africans with pride. And that to me, it's been always the root of everything. Coming back to the conversation, this is relevant because for me, whether we have a Cold War again, it's not a problem because we went through this many times. In fact, the world is always, this modern world is always on some kind of war. There's a battlefield going on all the time. But the question is, how are we going to fight? How are we going to fight as Africans? Are we going to keep blaming all our responsibilities and all that we were supposed to do to others? Are we going to continue blame colonialism, blame Westerns who are greed? Are we going to blame Chinese and Russians? If you want to play that game of blaming, we can find so much ammunition for sure. But why can't we look into the mirror and ask what's wrong with us? From the very beginning of the 20th century, remember how these local chiefs, they were the ones mostly who sold their own people to the Europeans after Arabs to become slaves in America and elsewhere. And then it's always easy for us to blame the Westerners who bought people from the local chiefs. And I still see that. I still see that lack of ethics, lack of collective vision as Africans, as a major issue that is still playing even now. Now we see this war, this Cold War going on. I do believe there's a Cold War going on. I see how they are playing us. Russia is, if you remember when that resolution in the UN that countries voted in support of Ukraine or to punish Russia. Never before in the history, many African countries sided with Russia. Why? Well, I can speculate. One thing, very few countries, I'm sure of one thing, very few countries supported Russia because of their self-interest. Some did because of the selfish interest of the dictators who were tossed by the West. Now, because they have been there for a very long time, now they want to shift camp to go to the Russians and Chinese because they will never tell them anything about human rights. They never bother them about the corruption and all the messes they do in their own countries. Then it's very convenient for them to go to the other side of the war with the Russians and Chinese in order to stay a bit longer. I'm talking about countries like Eritrea. It's been an old ally of Russia. Isaias Afwerki has been there, and now he's been there. He wants to stay, and thanks to Russians, hopefully it's much easier for him and many others who are trying to dodge the accountability and then side with the Russians and see how I respect countries like South Africa, even though I think they were neutral, but at least they had that interest in mind. They know that they want some raw materials from Russia. They're trying to become a giant in the automotive industry to produce cars, and they know that most of the raw materials they need come from Russia, and for that reason they side with Russia. Obviously, there's many other reasons, but I find that at least good. So my point is this: if there is a battlefield going on, a Cold War going on, how we play it, it's really important. So instead of playing this whole war actually being played, being just a puppet of the West or the East, I think it's high time for us to play the war as pride partners who have our collective interest in mind, instead of sustaining all these dictatorships that are doing a very bad disservice to our people. So when I see how it's not even the Wagner, so Wagner is one element. We saw how it never worked. It never worked. Many other people have said that it never worked before. It's not. We see the hands of France and we see the hands of Russians, and it's open. It's open in there. We can all see that. We see what's happening in Mozambique. France is using Kagame. France and the West are using President Kagame of Rwanda to protect their interests there, and then we have the Chinese and the Russians also roaming around. We see we all remember what's happened in Ethiopia when Abiy, the Prime Minister Abiy, made a mistake or a strategic. I think nobody should really push Africans to decide, to be on the side of East or West. It should be their own choice, and it should be driven by their own interest. But when Abiy sided with the Chinese to build that big dam, that big electric dam, I think we saw how they brought up the whole opposition to him. The Tigray and everything, and we saw some impossible alliances. Whoever thought that Ethiopia will side with Eritrea, really? But it's happening because, and we're also seeing Westerners, America and others working against Abiy's power. So for me, there's no doubt about, to conclude, there's no doubt about the Cold War. My question is, how are we playing this war? How are we? What is our stand? Are we being really civilized partners? Why we never see Westerners playing with Arabs and trying to make them puppets? Why do we only see puppets, or at least many puppets, in African leaders, and we don't see the same in other developing countries like Arab countries? They also have minerals, they also have riches, but they're not played by the West or the East. They choose their strategic partnerships and they stand by it for the benefit of their own people. But what we see here, an old guy in America, he calls a meeting with all the African leaders. Come here, I'm gonna feed you, and then I'm gonna tell you the agenda. Why we never see America, Gulf countries or Arab country type of conference? We only see France-Africa conference, but we never see France, Arab, or France, South America countries. Why? Because we let ourselves to be puppets, and I'm sorry to say, to be just tools to serve others' interests instead of serving the people, African people who are dying in poverty because of bad leadership. So for me, I connect the past, I connect that local chief who sold his own people to the West, and I connect that local chief to this president, to Biya or Obiang of Guinea-Bissau or Guinea Equatorial, who's been in power with only 1 million people, loaded with oil, loaded with so much natural resources, but people are in poverty. So I compare Obiang with that local chief 100 years ago, 200 years ago, who sold his own people because of their own interest. So I will yield from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Freeman. I gave you time enough to finish your presentation because you are raising very key issues. What has happened to us? When President Biden calls us, we run very fast. In fact, we can wear suits upside down because our heads of state are jumping quickly in a plane to go to America, to where we can even dress up very badly. What is the problem? Some of the presidents reach America and they don't know they have arrived there. There's a president of an African country called Cameroon. He was even in a place, he said, where are we? It's what has happened. But let's change the subject and come to not changing the subject. Let me ask a question. The military bases. Djibouti is a very small country in the Horn of Africa. But my dear brothers, if you go to Djibouti, around Djibouti city, the number of military bases there, almost the whole, all these superpowers, European powers, everybody is struggling to have a piece of Djibouti. What is our problem? What is the problem? We bring these people on this continent ourselves. Djibouti has sold almost everything on the continent of Africa, of the Red Sea of Africa. America, China, Russia, Britain, CG, every country is there. Japan, Singapore. People are busy, cutting deals to have military bases. Another point that I want us to look at, we have observers in our elections. As I call you, answer these questions. Do you also observe British elections? How many of you have seen a group leaving Uganda or Kenya to go and observe? Honorable Member of Parliament is here. Maybe at one time they went to Britain to observe elections. Do you go to their polling stations and ask for their returning? No. You can't go there and ask that. Let me see a copy of how people voted here. Nobody has time to waste. Because in Britain, they can call election now. Nobody is going to steal votes. No. There is that sense of honesty where one gentleman on this platform called Yangi said, we don't have morality. Morals have collapsed. We steal everything, including elections. We steal everything. As you speak right now, all African countries, look at Nigeria now. Nigeria is waiting to go to elections. In 4 days to come, we shall have elections being conducted in this populous country of Africa. But the problem it has, already there are a lot of jitters. People don't know. Some people are even saying, how will they get transport? They don't have money. Someone in government has hidden the notes. He has hidden the notes. Now, most likely, someone has given his people who are voters notes to be able to buy fuel to go and vote. The whole of Nigeria has no currency in circulation. A friend of mine I was on a program today, and he told me on a Nigerian TV today, he told me everything in Nigeria, you line for it. To get a voter's card, you must line for it. To be able to go and vote, you must line. So people are fed up. Like at this election, not more than 30 million voters will turn out. I want us to return on next Monday, Tuesday. I will ask you how many turned up. Because people are fed up. And then you compound with these guys who are coming now out to fit mercenaries. People will return to them and they will return to us. They will easily, they find a divided country, they will take over. So who was next? Mr. Gidford went away. Mohammed, you have...
Yeah.
Okay, Mohammed.
Thank you.
Then we have, after Mohammed, we have Oite. Then we have Samson. I know you want to, I don't know, not Samson. We have Oite. Then we have United Africa. Unite Africa.
Yeah,
Yes,
before I proceed my talk, I have a request. I would like to, could you please give a mic and Dr. Gele, the Professor Gele, and Ambassador Arale. He will give you insight for Djibouti military bases and that area. But that's the request. If you accept your...
Yes, where are they? They are here.
Yeah, Gele, Dr. Gele is inside. He's there. And the Ambassador Arale, he's the well-known Horn of Africa analyst. He will give you insight.
Ambassador, where are you people? Can you put that?
I will text him. I will text him. He will come. I think I see him there. And Dr. Gele, they will request it. They will anyway. After the request.
Dr. Gere and Ambassador who? Can you come up, please, and explain the military bases that are occupying the entire Djibouti, almost the coastal line? How much do you get out of these military bases? Do we benefit as Africans? Because all of us Africans, some of us visit Djibouti and enjoy the good coffee on the streets of Djibouti. Ambassador, if you are up here, your countryman has said you better come and explain it. The shoes are too big for him to wear up here. Okay. Mohammed, none of them has raised the hand. But if they request to come, I will. If they request to come, I will. Ambassador, I can't see any. I can't see any. Anyway, so Mohammed, you are not ready to speak now?
Yeah, no, I'm ready. I will speak. I will speak anyway. And yeah, we might let me proceed. And but what are all that force need for Africa? We see the Wakian, the American, the Chinese, the Turkish, everyone. Why they come here and they're looking for Africa? I think they just exploiting Africa as they used to do. And by the way, but I don't think that, or I have no idea for military Uyghurs or the Russian. I think Russian they didn't did bad thing to Africa, but as the European imperialists did, and I think there is no foreign in the Russians. They didn't exploiting in Africa. They didn't invaded any country in Africa like European did or Western did. And what all are looking for, is our resources, because we became a playground of foreign powers. And due to our weakness, due to the African puppet, due to the dictatorship, and we see the old messes of food insecurity, climate change, conflict, migration or mass migration. And even African Union is also failing to fulfill their mission. They're sitting in Addis, where the country of used to call Ethiopia is upside down, and everywhere is every corner of the country is rampage of conflict and ethnic cleansing, using hunger as a source of as a weapon, and still they are silent. They did not raising any question what's going on in Ethiopia, ethnic cleansing, genocide is that going on, and the people of Ethiopia are suffering from a huge destruction which government's doing, as the Ethiopian government also acting as as the rebel or as mercenary groups, and they didn't say nothing as African Union. And elsewhere is also we see Mali and Sudan, climate change in Somalia and the conflict and all that misses. They did not raising any equation. They're just puppets of the European Union. From that extent, and what I want to say, as African, somebody you can teach English how to speak, but you cannot teach how to manage with themselves. So the status that European bringing us has useless, because we can develop our own way to govern our affairs, but the so-called democratic or status that imposed by a European cannot bring us nothing to the Africa except destruction, because the way they're running the African state is dictated by the European, and that will not work. African has to develop their own governance, the way they govern themselves, and the border they painted in Parlin, it would make us destructive. For example, in my community, when it's coming from Horn of Africa, as the Somali, they have been, in the where we live, whether it's Djibouti or Somalia or in Kenya, part of Kenya or part of Ogaden, where it comes from, the European, Italy, France, in English or British, and the Ethiopian come and divided us, and they scattering in everywhere. And now we, as some Ethiopia, some people say that they survived from the Ethiopia or the Menelik was a party of the Scrabble, because he was took part from scrabbling of Africa, and that in that case we ended up to be separate from our other community, and became inside the Ethiopian colony. In that case, when we come to that, and when we apart from that Ethiopian, that history which is very long and very tragedy, which is if I explain something, there will be, you might feel emotional, and you might feel something is very strange. But when we come to the proxy war, or that European doing it, for example, in Djibouti, there is military bases of more than 8 countries, but mostly the European. What they came here is not to aiding the people. They did not come to make infrastructure to the African. They didn't come, to security. They didn't come, to building the schools or infrastructure, but their own purpose. And even though they in the so-called the war of terror, they come to war of terror which they created themselves. And what they're doing here is because we located the jugular vein of the world, in the Horn of Africa. And as an African, the African Union was supposed to, to ask them don't to come here, because as the African continent, whether intellectually or diplomatically or in African, they failed to ask it, or to, to give a permission to the other and to the foreign military bases, because Djibouti is a small part, which is part of African, and the African Union and African intellectual has failed, to ask it, or to demand it. The foreign power is who's coming as Scrabble, as a new Scrabble. There is a Chinese, American, France, Japan, India, and so on, and so on. And the Turkish coming, I think, and maybe India there were next, maybe Philippines, or they will come next, and maybe the Greek, they may come also too. But as an African intellectual, African diplomats, and African Union, they have failed to ask them why they come here. Tomorrow they may go somewhere else, and the huge bases in Djibouti, they may go in Somalia or in Kenya or Tanzania, or even Central Africa, whoever they may come. And we see that maybe one day we will see the African Union, African Semite to Venezuela, or African Semite to Greek, small country, or African Semite to Armenia. We may see, because we are puppet, we are nothings. That's a problem. And until we dismantle the system that the colonial imperialist has built in Africa, we will be like this. So we have to develop our own border based on how the people are understanding the pattern and the language and the ethnicity, how they pattern. If we develop in that way, if the Kikuyu have their own state, if the Somalis have their own state, if Oromo or what you call if that way, if we develop the way we want, the way the African want to make a state, and make the way our ancient civilization making it their own unfair, we may develop some sort of governance. But otherwise, the fake border is, for example, let me give you an example. In Djibouti, in Somalia, in Kenya, the people are, the border, and the people, you may confuse which and which one. There is a 2 brothers living a 2 part of the 2 countries, and one is another countries, another other countries, or sometimes, you may see a brother, 2 brothers that living, different states and
So
different.
let me come in, Mohammed. Let me come in. I've listened to everything you have just said. But let me come in and ask you. How do we resolve this? All these things that you are making, the statements that you are bringing back, good views, very good views you are bringing out today. We live like brothers. For example, look at the conflict of DRC Congo, where Wagner military mercenaries have been brought by Mr. Tshisekedi. The West, the people in the capital city, Kinshasa, don't see the ones in Ngoma as Congolese. No. They don't see the ones in Chisangani as the rightful Congolese, especially the ones in North Kivu and the South Kivu. Those ones are hated because they are tall, they look at your nose, they look at your head, your height. Now, we have now gone to collect mercenaries all the way from Russia because the Congolese army partly cannot fight. I saw some soldiers being sentenced to death for being cowards. It only happens in Africa. So, how do we bring about, change the situation such that there is something that happens for something in Africa? In Congo, for example, how do we remove the barriers? The Somalis of northeastern Kenya are brothers of Somalis of Jubaland. But you can see we have been torn by Al-Shabaab. So what do we do? What are your suggestions in 1 minute? Then I just want to welcome Kennedy. Thank you very much for coming. And others, Matovu, the rest of you who have come back again today, Mr. Kenkwenza, Mr. Kakwenza, thank you very much. I got your message. Lawyer Mugambi, I know Ivan. Thank you very much from Kampala. Thanks. I got Eric again. Thank you. All of you, I can see you. So, sir, as you land your mic, just explain to us, how do we heal this problem? How do we get healing the medicine?
Yeah, I think that in when we come to the Congo DRC, I have no clue or the way the conflict is booming there. But what I could say that as an African intellectual, we have to put a pressure that if there is a foreigners, they have no right to come here in DRC. So we have to make pressure on that cases. When to come to what you call in Al-Shabaab or in that case, it is very tragedy. So what we do is to we have to looking for a solution that as African, not as a foreigner, not to the outsiders. So we have to design our own methodology that to be mitigate to the old conflict inside in Africa. So that's my conclusion, and thank you.
All right. This is a topic which I thought I could finish very quickly, but it looks like let's now get going. And this time, cut things. Oite. Oite. Then unite Africa. Samson, your hand has been up for a long time, my dear brother. What's the problem? And then Mr. Knife from Zimbabwe, your hand also is up. Then my sister from Cameroon, from Amazonia, sorry. Your hand has been up. Let's start with Samson. Is your hand still up or you want to bring it down?
Okay, doctor, I'll bring it down. I think I forgot it up there. But my idea of putting my arm up was, I was just trying to bring to speed to the speakers that there are many people wishing to speak.
Okay.
Maybe if we limit it to 3 minutes maximum.
No,
so
2 minutes now. Two.
So that people can speak. Yes. Thank you so much.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes now. Oike. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Matsanga. Allow me to first welcome two of my seniors from Uganda, Mr. Duncan Abigaba. I can see him online, and then my brother, Kakwenza Rukirabashai. These are brilliant young men from the country, and we are very proud that even we are following your footsteps as we recognize your role you played in your time when you were still in Kampala. But I'm very happy for the discussion.
Why do you want to remind me when I was still in Kampala?
ADC as the UNLA man who later embarrassed the Libyan forces somewhere in Katonga, in Lukai, and you are aware of what used to take place, and that is what we
thank you
the
very
much. Yes, but when you're looking at the Wagner, the military group, I remember coming in contact with some of the few members. I think that was around 2017. How they would pass by Kampala and they refuel, they sleep in the hotel for a night, then they continue to Goma. And that shows you that Africa is still a hotspot for this international squabble. And then there's a squabble actually for our resources, just because we don't know how to put it into good use. And the rest will always take it on our behalf. That is what Ria Kategaya used to talk about in his prophecy, that as long as you have a good thing and you're not utilizing it, then someone else will come and snatch it. And you realize that these guys, they know how to put their gambles. I remember in the early days, Americans were trying to see, to check the post-Museveni, who should take over. That was the time when they had to grant Norbert Mao a scholarship to go and study in Yale. They were preparing him for an alternative. They would later pick Mugisha Muntu for an exposure trip in London. They started exposing him to the international forum, knowing that should Museveni be going and there's an option in him, then they will still have an ally. And that shows you how strategic these people are. And there are groups which are more deadly than the Wagner group. These are soft people. They are soft powers. You're looking at the Coca-Cola and the Pepsi. These guys control the economy in Africa. I remember at one time, Obama called the African leaders and told them that he's going to give them assistance through Coca-Cola, just one company called Coca-Cola. He was going to assist all these African leaders. And that shows you that Coca-Cola as a whole might be bigger than the Sub-Saharan Africa in terms of their big economy and even its global impact in the world. It is perhaps even more than these Sub-Saharan Africans, because I'm very much aware that in Uganda, we live on the donations. I have been seeing free condoms being distributed all over up country and even in Kampala. And these are sponsored by the European countries. Our HIV drugs are actually a donation. And that shows you that we are not yet serious. That's why they will continue to poke their nose in our elections, and they will always direct how you must handle your internal affairs, because really we have nothing we can offer. If we can't do those simple things, we can't sort out our education, we can't sort out our health system. And for me, that's a wake-up call, that despite our differences as political players in Africa or as elites, sometimes we need to put Africa as a first priority. You will see Ugandans in Europe fighting the country, as you are talking about the Total project, when the Sinok, Total, and then that other British company got the license to exploit our oil. And then later the disagreement would come about the pipeline. They started citing environment, as if they wanted to pump it in the jug and then just put it in the plane and take it to Europe, then bring it back in the fuel tank, and they sell it at around $2 a liter to Africans, yet it is our oil. And for me, that has been our dilemma, that my cotton from northern Uganda will go to Germany, then comes back in the shirt, and they are selling that shirt at around $10 to $20. Yet this cotton was bought from a farmer in Uyam at around 3 cents or 5 cents. And that's the Africa these people wish, because this is purely an economic kind of competition. There's nothing like bad blood. And for us, I think we need to realize that the earlier we wake up and sort out our economy, I think the more powerful we become. See India. India was colonized, I think, longer than Africa. But they seem to be putting their acts together. And I remember Modi also at one time called African leaders. That was a shame. The country which was colonized just like us, it had a lot of confusion also at independence. They actually literally went through a genocide, the Hindus and the Muslims. But they have managed to put their things together economically. They are powerful. As you were talking about, Sunak is now a powerful man in London. But you'll see Sam Makake from Uganda when he contested to be an MP in London. I think he's one of your allies in UPC then. The Africans were not even with him.
No. Oit.
Yes, sir.
I am Sam Makake is a conservative member of parliament. And Dr. Matsanga is a Labour Party member. So
but
we are
yes,
we are in two different parties. In London, my constituency is Croydon Central. And I am a delegate for the constituency at the National Executive Council that selects the next Prime Minister. If there is Labour government wins, I am on that committee in National Executive Council. So that was that. I am in the Labour Party. Akaki is in a Conservative Party. But in Uganda, yes, I am not going to. For me, I never refuse to. Yes, we were, and we are still I am, at least for me, I don't want Obote to ask me why I left Uganda People's Congress and I went somewhere else. Even in my grave, you must bring a UPC flag.
We shall bring NRM flag now.
Oh, thank you very much. Proceed. However, I needed to be convinced. I am ready for I'm not like a stagnant I am like a constitution, dynamic, it changes. If you convince me well, I can have an answer for Obote when I meet him up in heaven where he went. So I can be convinced.
Yes, so just as I'm winding up, I think that Africans, we need to put our acts together. I think we need to start getting back our expertise, like the Dr. Matsanga and the rest, so that they start contributing to the development of Africa. We can't afford to have our best brains outside the continent, yet we have a lot of work not yet done here. And sometimes what really disturbs me is that our contradictions, our political contradictions, the way we resolve them sometimes is never good. And for me, that is hurting Africa more. And that's why the Wagner military group and the Western armies and their companies will always exploit that weakness, that where our bright boys would have managed, these people are doing it. In Uganda, when you go to the Ministry of Finance, you will see these interns from these European universities. They're the one drafting our budget. These guys are the one pointing fingers that this is what you should do, this is what you should not do. But these are interns. You realize that when Iraq had fallen and the Ba'ath Party was removed, there was a scenario where the guy was a driver for ice cream. He's the one who set the stock market in Baghdad. And that was so funny because the differences between the forces in Iraq, American exploited, and they would have to really dictate the terms there. So sometimes I think our unity should really go beyond these politics we have, that even when we disagree with the government, we should still put our country at heart and see how to uplift ourselves as Africans. That's when we shall sit in the dining table, in that dining table of civilization, not as waiters, but as diners, because at the moment we are waiters in the table of civilization. I yield my mic, sir.
Thank you.
Akaki, yeah. Okay. Co-host, just control the machine. There you are. Go ahead. Choose the next one.
All right. Yeah, I'm choosing the next one, but be mindful that I will be reminding you when the 2 minutes are elapsing so that you don't go overboard, so that everyone at least can contribute. I'll go forward to Mr. Kwame Nkrumah.
No, Africa. Do
Is it
Africa? Africa unite. Unite Africa.
Oh, okay. Africa unite.
Nkrumah has spoken already.
Thank you very much. It's a beautiful conversation. I am enjoying it the past few days. Thank you, Doctor. I just want to say that, well, through my years of studies in the analysis of African business and international interactions, I think what the main issue is, it stems from dependencies. The first dependency, I think, is the government dependency, where we have, for example, to talk about Nigeria, we have 3% of the Nigerian economy. That's what the government is. And out of that 3%, out of that, 82% is debt of the Nigerian government. That's the size of the Nigerian government. So in one case, you have 97% of the country, the economy, depending on just 3% of the economy. This equates to a town depending on a gas station. So that's the first switch. And because of that dependency, that leads on to Nigeria itself as a government, depending on outside sources. And this is the same story with every African country. No government is beyond 5% of the economy, of the GDP. And out of that, we are all heading towards the barrier of the 77%. The average is about 62% debt of that government size, right? So it is impractical under any system, capitalist, socialist, or any other system. It will be impractical, right? So, and to talk about solutions and not just to leave it to the problem, I see that the only way to actually reach this, why the Indians are getting their own independence, where the Chinese have done that in the past 30 years, is by central bank activities. So what we need is an African Union central bank that can then create local banks and commercial banks that will disseminate money to the public, right? And I don't want to forget about the implementation of private sector activities like agriculture and energy. These are the dynamos of society building. In one case, we have energy, which is in the rawest form, we have oil. It's everywhere. It is about time to stop waiting for the entities, the global entities, to come in, for us to partner with one another and begin drilling like they do in Texas, begin refining collectively, because this is where plastic comes from. It helps everything from our medical industry to being able to manufacture TVs, and to being able to create manufacturing equipment and manufacturing fluids, and to be able to fly independently. This is the revenue generating sectors we're missing. And then we go to agriculture. When it comes to agriculture, we have missed the whole idea of the agricultural dynamo in society. Since the time of Jesus Christ or Muhammad, or whichever time in history, the Egyptians, the Romans, grains have always been the source of a foundation of a society, basically. Now, what you do is you grow grains. The stems of the grains would be the hay for the cows. The corn or the wheat is what you would grind. You'll get your flour. Your chickens would get the dust of that. So that's chicken feed. So everything becomes cheaper. You get the manure from them. That is how societies are built. Your bread becomes cheaper. We've built a society that depends on Western European or Eastern European grains. So we don't have the malt that we need even for our beer. We don't have any of those segments of society that actually needs to be built. I think too much time is spent on the government. I don't want to spend too much time on this mic, so I will let the speaker go.
Mr. Unite, just a little bit. You mentioned something very important about Africa. We are always saying we don't have food. I think you're the best person to advise. What's the best way forward? Do we have to go the idea of buying seeds from Bill Gates, or to go and contribute to our own formal agriculture background where we needed no seeds from outside? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, seed dependency is really important. I do admit that there are some ways where we do need technology. In terms of our cows, for example, we have trypanosomiasis that is killing a million cows, which translates to about $2 billion for our farmers every year, which is pretty expensive. So we need some kind of science in that. But when it comes to the grains, we do have our core grains. We have more grain seeds than anywhere on the planet at this point. But the idea is, I cannot be in Africa today growing the seed that my grandparents grew without any additional aspect to that, because we are growing a seed and then we are killing it a year before it matures. It happens within a season, and then it goes on for generations. That seed is not as strong genetically as it should be. So this is why, whether wrong or right, because of the lack of diversity in the choices that we make, right? And that has to do with productive capability. Our sizes are a lot, so there are some sacrifices we do need to make. But yes, I do believe we have what it takes.
Thank you so much. The next speaker, please.
Please, can I go ahead?
We had, I think it was Kwame before you.
Okay.
Kwame had, was in line. Then Sadiq. Yes.
But Kwame has spoken already, and I'm here when he was speaking.
Kwame
Yes,
has spoken. Kwame has spoken.
I've spoken, but I wanted just to add a little bit on
No,
few things.
wait
But yeah,
first.
go ahead. Go
Kwame,
ahead.
We're happy.
By Oite's henchmen. Oite's henchmen were passing through Kampala taking fuel. Oite, you see the problem you have brought us. Who was on the floor? Can you continue speaking, please?
I think Sadiq.
Sadiq,
Okay.
General Buhari is watching your speech. So be careful.
Dr. Masanga, good evening to you all and good morning to good evening. It depends on where you are speaking from. My name is Abakar Muhammad Sadiq. I'm from Nigeria, from Kaduna State to be specific. And yes, in the issue of Africa, uh, in Africa, is Africa a Cold War battle? The issue of Wagner and the other, foreign security that are part of the war, that ongoing war in some part of Africa. I think the issue here is, as one of the previous speaker has said it rightly, that there are so much interest, and this interest has nothing to do with the benefit of the progress of this continent, but there are just some certain element among us who are benefiting from some of this war, that unending war that has been going on in Africa, because there is no anywhere in the world that you can go and be expecting the citizens of that specific community to be happy with the wars. War is dangerous and nobody is framed for war. But in any case that there is war, the solution should be there. That's why I always emphasize on having a strong EU AU body, African Union body, whereby we have our security security committee in AU, that we are expecting to be seeing their activeness through social media handles, so that they can be updating the young Africans on where to and where we came from. That is their over review of what has been going on, especially when you look at the situation, some of the wars that some of the war that are going on in Ethiopia, for example, Tigray and Amhara region, for example. There are some a snail walk in terms of ending the war, because we are expecting them to act sparks so that we can have the end of the war that has been going on, and the issue of war here in Nigeria that has been going on for a very long period of time, the issue of
Samson.
Yeah, I think we lost Sadiq. Can we have somebody else for now? Kwame?
Yes, thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, look, I've been listening to everybody, which I really appreciate, and it's really pertinent to listen to all the contribution. I know yesterday I mentioned the need of us as people, as Africans, to rethink of the three things: learning, the learning, and relearning. Why? Looking at the situation in Burkina, Mali, Niger, and other places where the trouble is, it still go back to all these 400 plus 500 years of colonization, slavery as exploitation. And living in the diaspora, I can't stop thinking what I believed as a child in school, primary school, learning history, learning geography, and other subjects, to the college and university, where I believe all of us, doesn't matter where you are, what part of Africa you are, we've been misled and wrongly taught what is not true. Going back to the bigotry, arrogance, and hypocrisy of the West, how Africa was discovered, how some places got stuck in history on not being what it is supposed to be today, simply because barbary, violence, and scandals have been carried on our continent and our grandfathers, great grandfathers, to be able to rule our continent and divide it so they can get away with it. Why am I bringing this today is the fact that I don't see any other country who use mercenaries more than the West. Somebody just mentioned what is happening in Addis or Ethiopia or somewhere with the American bases and so on. Why is it that if it's France army in any continent, any country in the continent, it is okay that they are allies, they are, based on the cooperation, but the country under self-liberation, self-determination cannot choose who to work with, who to sideline with. So I believe in my home country in Burkina, there is no Wagner at the moment, but they are very welcome and we are fighting and doing everything for the government to bring them as soon as possible. We are tired of crying every day we wake up. We are tired of mourning every hour that passes on because of what is happening. And again, I'm not quite sure if you are all aware that Mali has already taken France to the UN Security Council because of the flagrant violation of double standards. Not only the same army that was there pretending to be helping the country found to be the same army that was providing weapons to the terrorists and supporting the division of Mali with the Azawad, if you know the story of Azawad. You mentioned clearly about the problem we're having natural resources, gold, diamond, and oil, and so on. Yes, we in Burkina, Niger, and Mali have what we call the three borders because the map leads to a connection with the three borders. What mainly happened is that the French army base, even though they're in town, have bases in this area, and it's under the nose. The terrorists pass every time coming to attack villages behind them and running back through their noses and going back to hide. And they have never been worried or fears of what will happen. Because why? Some of the information were even found to be given by the French army in support to the terrorists that are making deals with them. So the double standard has to stop. Again, we've seen the Ukrainian and Russian war. I said it earlier on, I'm a student of international relations. I did international laws. I did political science. And I believe what is being said here is true. We don't need Wagners in Africa. We don't even need anybody else in Africa. I believe the one who mentioned about emperors should, if it was possible to go back to that time. Well, I grew up in a village and I learned through wise men and wise women a different education before getting the formal education in school. But I'm seeing today how I've been misled through the formal education. So the double standard of the West has to stop. Why is it that in what the West can come in less than a year, pour billions without counting the type of weapons sent to Ukraine to fight a battle that they have provoked themselves? And it's normal and legitimate, but we cannot even buy a knife as a country that we call sovereign country to defend ourselves. France is being kicked out of the West, the Francophone countries, because France has been opposing us to be able to supply ourselves with weapons. We could not buy even an AK-47 for ourselves, not even a rifle or anything to defend ourselves. At the UN level, they have vetoed all that. Fund or money that we have that is on the French finance treasury cannot be requested because they have vetoed it. So where is France helpful to us as our former colony if they are against our own interests, if they don't pity our people being killed like hens and chickens? So I am saying this because there is double standard. In Israel and Palestine, we've seen how Palestinians are called so terrorists for defending themselves with stones and whatever I can call it, while another side of the story is supported by the same West because of their own interests. So are we going to sit down today in the 21st century and still obey what is going to be the source of our death? No. I am in the West, I am in Europe, but I don't sleep. I'm here, but I'm so stressed, I'm so anxious because waking up every day, counting hundreds of deaths, while we could have done better is something that is bothering me. I am calling all of you to rethink of how we can unite ourselves better, start loving each other, start doing what we required. Like during the revolution with Thomas Sankara, we were going through the famine, but we didn't get foreign help. Somebody was mentioning about agriculture and so on. We learn how to produce what we need and consume what we need, that we even overproduce. And people who could not even afford 1 meal a day within a year was able to eat 3 or 4 times and even sell the rest of their food. There are better ways of coming out of these problems than bringing Wagner's or other people. But if we have to still sit and say we are independent, while our leader cannot make their own decision for the interests of the people and have to still relay and depend on the West, this is going to happen. Maybe after Wagner's, we will be talking about Dagners or Rogners, no matter whatever the name is. If they're able to come and help and stop people dying, that's going to be happening soon, because gold and diamond have importance. Wealth have importance when you are alive. But if you are killed, even you were sitting on a nap of petrol or oil, it won't make sense to you. So let's look at what is happening in the continent. Those who understand French can read on the news on how our ministers of foreign affairs have just made as a statement the day before yesterday, revealing what were the secret information the French were sitting on, preparing another coup. And like you have seen, Mali had already escaped more than 5 military coups. From January to now, we had escaped 3 military coups in Burkina. And all that is no one else than France behind it. Who remember the 249 Ivorian soldiers that was caught by the Malian army recently, and it was big noise going on till a few weeks ago when they liberated them. So we can't continue to be told one story and another story, like preaching one thing and doing something else. France has to get out of Africa. African and Francophone countries have to take self-control of their own future, and any part of African continent need to be free. That's what I wanted to add, that the problem here, Wagner is a situation that we are all concerned. I'm concerned. But at the moment, if you have your back to the wall, you want to free yourself first, and the rest will come. Without Wagner's, everybody will die in the north of Burkina, Mali, and Niger. And I give you the last information. On Tuesday, the French military base in Niger decided to kill more than 40 army soldiers because why? The army soldiers were able to beat a group of terrorists and arrested few of them. And among those they arrested, there were 4 French army soldiers among the terrorists. What they decided was to bring these French soldiers to Niamey, the capital, to prove that since they've been saying that France is behind the terrorists, it was true. These are French militaries. They tried to stop them and they refused. When the convoy decided to go back to Niamey, they got the helicopter and bombed them on the way. More than 50 people were killed. So we need to
Mr. Nkrumah, Kwame Nkrumah.
Yes.
I just want to ask you a simple question for our people on the platform to understand. The change of guard from the French to the Russian Wagner military outfit. Are you in support of that?
Yes, I am 100% support of that.
Okay. If you are in support of that, the French were exploiting the people of Burkina Faso. The
100%.
French helped to kill.
Thomas
They just killed Sankara. Then they brought the other guy, gave him power. And when he was brought back, he was given freedom, which they don't allow freedom in other parts of Africa. You know, the French are the people who control ICC.
Yes.
They pay 80% of the salaries of International Criminal Court. That's why you see almost everybody in French-speaking country is in the International Criminal Court. We have 4 people from DRC Congo. We have 2 people from Central African Republic. We have 5. We have 2 people. We had 2 people from Ivory Coast. We had Libya, about 3, because the French took over and told ICC, then chief prosecutor, to come. Then from there, they jumped. Uganda referred the 5 commanders to the ICC because it could not catch them. They were outside Uganda's mandate. But when you look at the pattern of the people at the ICC, International Criminal Court, most of them come from the French-speaking countries.
But there are more people in Europe here to bring to the international court, but they're not bringing them.
Yes,
you are in the UK.
For us Africans, just hold the microphone. For us Africans, don't give. You see, one of the reasons I've found out, and I can see Mr. Simba, the editor of the I newspaper of Zimbabwe, is here. Welcome to the show. We had a bigger show and then it collapsed. The Russians came a bit and pinched us a bit, but we have come back. We are rebuilding it for a few minutes. Simba is a very good, is an editor for the evening newspaper, or the Zimbabwe, the I think it's called the I. The Zim I, yes. This issue, this matter of the Wagner Group on the continent of Africa, you as an editor, you should highlight the difficulties that it is going to have, and then the advantages that it might have. I'm very impressed with my son Oite, who said he saw some of the Russians fueling in Kampala, the group, and going across to Democratic Republic of Congo. So you can see it goes on extending every day. Each country is trying to prepare itself for the Wagner brothers or the Wagner outfit. So what is this that we are preparing? We seem to be Africa seem to be preparing a war, a platform, a battlefield on their continent, because now almost 12 countries to 15 countries have hired the Wagner military Russian outfit to guard their places, institutions. So give it 2 years, you might have the whole 40 countries also in Africa being guarded by special forces who can provide equipment, the latest equipment. So in Congo, for example, a country with airfields, we have airfields that are not on Google. And the people fly in and they carry what they want and fly out. So this is going to be a dangerous issue, matter for Africa in years to come. So we are simply saying, is it a good thing for us to have this war hardened people, battle-hardened people on our continent fighting each other? The West might soon also start bringing the black, what is it called? The black what?
Black Panthers.
Water. No, the water. The ones who went to Afghanistan.
Oh, okay.
Black water. Eh?
Black, yes. Yeah,
black
but like,
water, I think. Eh?
But is that not what my concern was? It effectively, if the African Union was not a fellow to all of us, if the ECOWAS or all these institutions were not fellow to the continent, we didn't need anybody else when we can unite our forces. When one country has a problem, to support each other and resolve it. But if
which African Union are you talking about? This African Union that chases, that embarrasses itself.
Exactly, useless institution.
I don't talk about this African Union, brother. This one is not an African Union. This is a dead. The guy there is simply a thief.
That's what I'm calling it, a useless institution, because if the West Europe is strong, it's because they united themselves and they have come with system that help them to stand for one another. The NATO is nothing else than what we are talking. For me, an international criminals and gangsters and useless people who only knows how to terrorize, destroy, kill others just for their own hegemony and arrogance and hypocrisy. So that's why I'm saying that today I believe I'm not part of the Burkina Faso government or Mali who are signed, or those countries who are signing contract with Wagner's, but I believe the contract that will be signing today will be different than the contract that has been there for 60 or more years, continue to rule us. If you look at Mali and Burkina, we had to object some of the colonial, agreements. What has been, I call it like Dr. Arikana called it false independence. The false agreement that had been signed to say we are independent while we had not been totally freed. So these have to be removed.
Okay, Nkrumah holding the fire. We have somebody, an editor of a newspaper, a fellow journalist, Simba, my brother from Zimbabwe. Kwame Nkrumah holding the fire. Listen to the the views from Southern Africa. Simba, please take the microphone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga. Yeah, I have not done much study about the Wagner Group beyond what has just been variously reported around since the Crimean Wars started. And what I could say from down south is that any form of foreign involvement, particularly at business, and worse still at a military level, or some sort of supply or linkage. It doesn't matter which country, even if it's the United States or it's Great Britain. Any form of linkages or working hand in hand with foreigners is dangerous for Africa. And it is an area of my study to understand. And as I announced tonight, that what I have found lately is that, sorry, excuse me. Can you folks hear me any better now? Is it better now? I just realized that the earpiece that I was using is not so clear. I'm hoping that this is...
Yeah, you can hear.
Okay, thank you. So what I announced tonight is that the scramble for Africa, which we have read in the history books over the time since our school days, is worse today than it was in the 1800s. The exploitation of Africa is at its highest peak ever right now. Resources are going, it's not just to Russia, it's to all over. It's to the west, it's to the east, it is to the north. And you can see this in the ownership of the companies that are being given contracts to mine, and of course the setting up of army bases. I want to, however, go into what you, Dr. Matsanga, mentioned about the ICC. I am not sure if I would agree with you that because the French are paying more money, as you suggested tonight, then the ICC is biased. I feel there is a stretch there. And from my recollection, the ICC was in fact set up, predominantly it was set up by African countries who came together and realized that most of the problems, most of the governance issues are happening in Africa. Of course, the funding could easily be coming, a lot of it could easily be coming from France, as you said there. I am at a struggle to understand if there is any relationship to the funding and to the type of cases that are tried at the ICC. It's as far as I have noticed, the legal scope of work of over at the ICC is as far as the jurisdiction the ICC has. So in what this means is the countries that have signed the Rome Statute, they have, there's a word that they use. It's not just signing the Rome Statute, it is adopting the Rome Statute in their territories.
The word is called ratification.
Thank you very much. Yes. So those countries that have
by the way, Simba.
Yes, sir.
I would like to tell you that the formation of ICC, I was there in Rome in 1998 in the hall near Vatican. We were called by St. Gideon during the time of Pope John Paul. We had gone to negotiate the Uganda peace process, and Renamo was also there. And Kofi Annan came, and it was in Rome. That's why it is called the Rome Statute. So I was there in the hall. You are right to say the original objective of ICC was to catch dictators and human rights abusers on the continent of Africa. That's why I supported it at original stages. But later on, the truth is 3/4 of the salaries of the judges, no, 3/4 of ICC salaries are paid by France. Germany looks after the prison, the one where we have kept all these criminals that we collect from Africa. Germany built a new prison.
Who looks after the prison?
Germany. They have divided it. They have divided their roles within the ICC. This is the truth, because I've been there for a long time. I'm the only one who has filed 21 applications opposing the way the ICC conducts its affairs anywhere in the world, not only in Africa. Because the first case of ICC Simba was in our country, Uganda. You are lucky that Zimbabwe did not ratify the treaty.
I don't know if I would agree with you to say lucky there. I am angry. I am saddened. I'm furious that Zimbabwe. I want Zimbabwe. Do you know, if I could have an opportunity tonight to add even the first 1 meter or 2 meters of territory of Zimbabwean territory into the ICC jurisdiction, I would do that. I mean, we need that. Continue.
Zimbabwe, and under Mudenge, who was your Minister of Foreign Affairs, and was going to talk about it, because Mudenge was very liberal. He wanted to sign the agreement. And I think he was given advice not to sign, because by now there would be so many tears. Now, the ICC itself, why I stand by the point that the French have more say in the ICC than any of Western nations. Because Britain, there's rule of law. The British don't follow you. French follow you up to your grave. The British don't follow you. So the British withdrew. They only put the Baroness Scotland is one of those who wrote the statute. She's a very good lawyer, that lady of Commonwealth. My good friend Baroness Scotland. So when you look at the statute, why you see France is very active in their territory. The question of Ouattara, let me mention for you, Ouattara and Babugo, both of them used the guns. They were killing each other. They were shooting each other, shooting the masses. They were not. One was not shooting with water, and the other one was not shooting with copper. Both of them were using copper. The French came to Ivory Coast. They said, no, we take Babugo. Let's take Babugo, but leave Ouattara. That's why you see Babugo is back home, isn't it? The case collapsed. They just took him to put him away for some time while they organized their program of Ouattara. Pierre Bemba. Bemba was invited by Bozize in the Central African Republic to quell a rebellion, a coup. So when it came to arresting Simba, you invite me to your house in London. A war breaks up there. I start helping you. Then the police in London come and take me and leave you, who invited me, who was also killing people. They take me because I'm a Ugandan, you're a Zimbabwean. They took Bemba, they left Bozize. Thomas Rubanga, is there, you see why the problem in Congo will never go away? It's because Thomas Rubanga There is no Congolese soldier from the Congolese army, Simba learned this today, who has been charged for crimes against humanity. Only rebels. So, ask yourself a question. Was it only the rebels killing? Congolese army doesn't kill? Let's go. Let's go on. Let me show you. Uganda. The case of Uganda today, it is here and the other Ugandans are here. They charged one side, the black men like Oite there. They left the brown men or the Bantu were left out. Do you call that fairness? You charge the black ones and you leave the brown ones. Let's go. The case of Kenya. They came and said, 3 here, 3 there. Have you ever, you live in Britain, my brother. Do you divide the crime in Britain? Crime is crime. Whether you are who you have committed, whether you are the president, whether you are Emerson Mnangagwa, whether you are who, they take you. You sort it up in court. In Kenya's case, they selected 3 from Kenyatta's side. They collected 3 from Ruto's side. And you wanted Matsanga to keep quiet? Uganda, they selected the Luos. The Luo. The 5 all commanders, the Luo. What about the Bantu commanders? Were they killing with saliva or with water? Okay. For us in Uganda, when we saw that mistake, President Museveni, myself, Rugunda, Riak, Chisano, the African Union, UN, British government, they said, talk, peace talks. Otherwise, it was going to be messy. We had to go, I had to go to the bush to collect those younger men, to tell them, look at my eyes. Some of them wanted to shoot me on the firing squad because they wanted, I have found them out. I have to explain to them why I have come for peace. And I told them I've come for peace because you have nowhere to go now. It is a dead end. Bashir will not give you guns, will not give you food. The only way you can get food is come to the table. Warrants are there, but we shall represent you as international lawyers and other people. We brought all the mechanisms of international law. We solved our problem as Ugandans. And today, it is here on the platform. Northern Uganda has poverty, but it has no war. Courtesy to this man speaking. And I've never got a medal. But Museveni gives medals every day to people. No problem. And I brought back 62,000 combatants, or 82 about there, who came back. It will tell you some are in the UPDF, some are in the university, some are teachers. They have gone back. They have done very well. Some are in Somalia, guarding key installations in Somalia, Sector 1. They called me here to say, Mzee, how are you? We are still, thank you for bringing us back. So, look, where the French wanted the people, they take them. The French always will arrest you and take you. So, the justice in the ICC is not there. Why do we collect Serbia, Bosnia, Croatians? We took all of them to court, all sides. Then you come to Africa, you go and select Gaddafi's children. Are you looking at that, Simba? Gaddafi's children. What did it, if the father has died, why do you collect the children? On the Gaddafi's children. And yet the people invading Libya were terrorists. You remember themselves. They were terrorists, armed by France to kill the people of Libya. Is Libya today peaceful?
You're talking about the civilians who are actually fighting on the ground. You're not talking about the NATO jets above.
No, the civilians. They were not civilians. These are terrorists in the Maghreb. You don't know the history. The people who ruled Libya first when Gaddafi had fallen, these were Al Qaeda. These were Al Qaeda groups that the West, the French armed. Have you seen why Libya cannot even be stable? It's because these are terrorists. Gaddafi had stopped the terrorists from taking over that North Africa. Look at Mali, Bamako. Look at the Mediterranean Sea. The dead bodies that are floating there today. When the Gaddafi was there, nobody could cross over there. Look at that for yourself. It is there. And Sarkozy, to finish up so that you understand, Sarkozy stole the money. You see, Sarkozy now is charged in court for having taken Gaddafi's money, to use Gaddafi's money for elections, to win an election in where? In France. He's waiting for sentencing next month. Why can't we Africans also arrest Gaddafi?
Doctor, but why Sarkozy is not taken to the international court?
Exactly. Ask Simba. Because the French are the owners of International Criminal Court. Otherwise,
I would like to ask for I don't know if I can call it caution here. Is it possible? Because we're dealing with a whole court. Don't you think we need to bring here an ICC prosecutor? I mean, they're usually available for media engagements. Even public
Mr. Simba.
I'm just thinking. Yeah, no,
Mr.
the reason
Simba,
why I'm thinking. Yeah.
Simba, wait first. Can I tell you something which will shock you? An ICC prosecutor is selected through good perfume. Nice perfumes, nice suits. Brother, I've been there for many years. We sit in assembly of state parties, and we look at each other. That this turn it is for Africa, or this turn is for Europe. Who is the best amongst us who has been very good? Then we say, oh, Britain can bring one. That's how it is better to be charged by the chief prosecutor of Zimbabwe court and the judge in Zimbabwe or Kenya in the Kibera Magistrates Court than that court. A court where you have the prosecutor doing the following things, Simba. Investigations is the prosecutor. Even evidence gathering, prosecutor. Witness protection, prosecutor. Asking for sentence, prosecutor. Have you seen the 5 functions which we separate? In Africa, we have DPP, and we have DCI, and we have police that can arrest you, take a charge sheet. The DPP looks at your case, whether it merits in court or not. In ICC, there is one bloody fucking, sorry, I'm sorry to use a bad language. I hate that court, that's why I'm talking like this. There is one person who can decide your life. We are lucky now we have a man from Britain, because in Britain, if you also do corruption, we take you down. Karim Khan was with us. Karim Khan suffered the same fate under Ocampo. because Karim Khan was representing His Excellency President Ruto. We had to struggle to get Ruto out of that ICC. We had to struggle to get the former President Uhuru Kenyatta out of the ICC. It's not a lie. We struggled. So I was the most hated man on planet Earth with a woman. There is a lady here on the platform here, Honorable Shamara. We struggled. We said even if we take off our shirts, these investigations of Kenya were not properly done. I was not a Kenyan. But the people hated me. They wanted me to be slaughtered, to be assassinated. It's not just to be slaughtered. They wanted to cut my throat. Until I battled and I found out, the court started agreeing with me. And I was not only talking, I was making applications. Go to the ICC website, Matsanga versus the chief prosecutor. You'll see the good English there. That I wrote myself, not lawyer. No lawyer wrote for me. The only lawyer I had is when Ocampo wanted to fix me. Then I also got a lawyer called Chief Taku from Cameroon, from Amazonia. He's the only lawyer in the world who has won a case. We have defeated Ocampo with me. Until the court found I had nothing wrong. But you can see France, the mess of all the world today you see in West Africa is created by one country. And all my West African friends are here on this platform. They will tell you, I am right. The mess that West Africa has got is because of France. They collect their money. They have to take their money to Paris. Then they are given peanuts. How can he? And by the way, Simba, you are one of the people who were cheering the French team. I did not cheer the French team. You'd be very naive to cheer the French team of black people playing there. These black people are, the parents were given papers after money was taken away from these countries. So the countries cannot build a stadium. Show me one French player who lives in a house like Matsanga's in London before he got the money. My house is better than any of those French players before they became French players, because they live in the poorest suburbs of Paris. Have you seen how Paris, some parts of Paris, how poor they are? You can't live there. You rather go back to Tinguza and live. So you tell me, all the poor people that they collected from Africa are the people they use, they throw them there. When they see him playing football is when they say he's our French national. They give you a passport. This is the sadness. And now for us, we are bringing them closer. We are removing the French. We are bringing the Russians. In 10 years to come, the Russians will say, we are here. And for them, they are mechanized. You will not have, you want to chase them away. Simba, will you chase them away? They are here. They will stay. They can even stage a coup on you. We are bringing Chinese here. Every country in Africa now has Chinese. So we better prepare for a Chinese tribe. You think they are not meeting our women? Are they not meeting our women at the nightclubs? Huh? 10 years to come, China will have a tribe. Each country of Africa will have a tribe called Chinese Africa. Just watch there. So I yield the mic. Unless Simba, you have another question. You have raised that question. That's, ladies and gentlemen, I think some of you have also learned something about ICC. That's how ICC operates.
I would like to grill, to do a one-to-one with an ICC official, because I think here we We need
No
to
problem.
be as
No
direct
problem.
as
You
we
can.
can. When it comes to
I'll stay in. You can arrange the interview. These days you can interview by Zoom, or you can
absolutely,
or we
absolutely.
can
I'm
meet
not
in
sure.
London.
Yeah.
Simba, we
Mhm.
can meet in London. I will floor him. I will floor her or him 100%, and he will run through the window. They
Yeah,
have no. They have no.
really
They
help,
have.
because I'm not sure if I'm in agreement with you on Libya, on what happened in Libya,
Let me.
and
Let,
and then
let me not waste much
say,
time.
and yeah, and then let me
Let's
yes,
release other
thank you,
people.
thank you, thank you,
But
thank
let
you.
me tell
What
you
what
about
happened?
Libya.
What happened in Libya is a pure crime that need to be punished. The French
By
and
who?
all.
Let me ask you, whom do you punish in Libya?
We Africans should
The
come
United
to stand
States.
united
Whom
and
do you
start.
no Simba? Whom do you punish in Libya? You have
United
to
States.
punish Sarkozy.
It's so
Of course.
difficult. I would class the Libyan situation under the English term, the S has hit the fan. Yeah, this is what has really happened in Libya here. We had Muammar Gaddafi, first of all, a great liberator, an African veteran of liberation, praised all over the continent, a man who had quite an incredible amount of vision and uniqueness, and leading Africa the African way, shooting people, killing his own people during a time when they were protesting, and
You see
hold on, let
now.
me finish. Allow me to
I
finish.
will
Allow me to
object
finish.
that. I will object that. Okay.
I don't
Are you
think
are you saying people were not?
Muammar
If I could
Gaddafi
just finish,
killed
if
his
I could,
people. No.
if I could just finish, no, if I
I
could
will
just finish,
Okay,
bro.
object that.
If I could
okay.
finish, please. If I could finish,
Kwame,
then you can.
let's leave him to finish. Kwame,
Okay.
yes.
So Gaddafi was shooting people. That was happening during a time when the protests were happening. During that time, if you remember, even Jacob Zuma, the president of South Africa, flew to Libya and tried to persuade Gaddafi to negotiate, because the
There you
evidence.
have
Allow me
got
to
your
finish, please.
facts wrong.
Let
No,
me
you have
finish.
got them wrong.
I
Not on
can pull up.
Zuma. Wait, Simba. Zuma.
Yes.
There were 5 presidents. 5 presidents of Africa, including President Museveni, Zuma, the president of Mali, the president of Kenya, who sent his foreign minister called Wetangula. And yes, and you find the coup, they stopped in Bamako. They didn't reach Libya. They stopped in Mali. And who delayed the plane of the 5 presidents to arrive in Tripoli was Dr. Jinping. And who is Dr. Jinping? Dr. Jinping is a French agent who was planted in African Union. The former Secretary General of African Union. He delayed the plane of the 5 presidents in Bamako, and he was communicating with the French, and he said the plane, the French, the bombers, the planes that are bombing Libya are going to come to bomb, don't go there. For 2 days, 3 days, until a military coup occurred in Mali. And it caught us. My young man, if you don't know these things, ask me.
But are you saying Jacob Zuma never went to Tripoli to persuade Gaddafi?
No, he never reached Tripoli.
Oh, can I show you? Can I show you the footage, please?
He went to Tripoli before the war began. Long time ago, after months before, when there was a quarrel.
Dr. Matsanga.
But
when the no-fly zone,
the plane stopped in Mali. Please. I know what was happening. The plane stopped in Mali, carrying 5 delegations sent by AU. Jacob Zuma, one of the things Jacob Zuma did against Africa is one. He told the South African embassy in the United Nations Security Council. Germany refused to vote to bomb Libya. Brazil refused to bomb Libya. India rejected. They walked out. Several countries refused. There was no quorum. And the only person who did a quorum was Zuma. You want me to reveal more? We have just kept quiet to give him dignity.
Can I
he
even
told his
ask
ambassador to vote
Dr. Masing,
for resolution 1970 of the United Nations Security Council. And that resolution, as soon as it was voted in by South Africa accepting the bombardment of Libya, the planes left Paris. NATO planes, purportedly, they were looking for nuclear weapon. I want to ask you, Simba, all these people come to kill these leaders saying their weapon is of mass destruction. You're a very senior journalist. Have you asked them where do they keep them after they have killed them? I leave you and I land the mic.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Until
Thank you, sir. I've just shared with you there an article. There is even footage of Zuma flying. This is not discounting what you're saying. Please understand this. I'm just trying to just bring in matters of fact. Zuma did fly into Tripoli, and he was trying to broker a peace deal. He was even trying to negotiate so that Gaddafi could have a safe haven in South Africa, because Gaddafi was honored across the continent. The shooting of the people.
That was before resolution 1970. But the five heads of state who later on were supposed to go and collect Gaddafi ended up in Bamako. Any Kenyan who is here can tell you Wetangula even tweeted to the people of Kenya that pray for me, we might meet in heaven. We shall meet in heaven. The military have come to overthrow the government here. Our plane is stranded at the airport. The new military regime of Mali escorted 5 presidents out of Mali, allowed them after 5 to 6 days. Zuma never went in that trip. Zuma stayed back and ordered he went in the first one when things had not gone wrong in the Tripoli. That's true. But not the second, final.
Can I ask a question to Simba,
Dr. Matsanga, if I could just say, right, there was a no-fly zone. The UN Security Council...
No, fly zone came after resolution 1970 was made. Sir.
No, hold on, listen. Yeah, the article that I've posted there and scores others will show you that when Zuma flew into Tripoli, the no-fly zone had already been declared by that time. So Gaddafi was in a stalemate, and Gaddafi was refusing to leave or to negotiate with the so-called Libyan Council. But I just wanted to throw to say you asked me.
I can bring this Simba. I can bring the topic in one of my platforms again, and I invite you.
Oh yeah. Then, but before you shut me out, I'm
not shutting you out. I am just trying to be very, 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 very cautious of other people who wanted to listen to this other topic.
That's fine. I think the point there was just that let's try to bring in someone from the ICC,
please,
and yes, and grill them before we just berate. We just
no. Please, Simba.
Yes, sir.
On ICC, everybody, even the dead ones, will wake up and tell you this Ugandan did a great job. So I am not berating. I'm not bragging. I know what it is. I know why Mr. Bashir was indicted. I know why the generals in Sudan will never hand over Bashir. So ask me, you will get more information. Don't rely on imperialistic papers like Independent. They write what you, the ones that they don't know where Zambia, where's the source of River Zambia. They ask you as a journalist working for them to say, where does Zambia come from? Don't.
Dr.
No.
Can I come in there? You asked a question earlier on, which I want my brother Simba to answer. When there's the election in Europe, how many of you are able to come and supervise the election? When there are event in Europe, how many of you can take a flight and come and report what is happening in Europe? That's not possible. Those newspapers, do not trust them 100% because they tell the story the side they want. It's like what is happening right now with Ukraine and Russia when they have shut down all other independent news that will tell the different side of the story than the way they want it, which is completely ridiculous. And one thing I believe where I am, I was privileged to meet Gaddafi in his lifetime 3 times. I traveled to Syria, to Tripoli, and I believe he's my hero, like Thomas Sankara today. Wherever he is, he may rest in peace. What had happened to him was the most unfair and injustice in our lifetime. This is one, it's not Gaddafi that was killed, it's all of us that were killed. From his ideology.
Thank you very much, Kwame and Simba.
I wish there could be an open debate. I wish there could be an open debate here around. And hear me. I'm not trying to justify the killing of Gaddafi. I have just been trying to say a balanced analysis rather than taking a one line.
Well, you are right. We shall Simba next week. I will bring the ICC issue and prepare yourself with all notes. And they call any expert whom you want to bring on the floor, and you will understand you will never like that organization to step near your country. It is better to charge somebody and take him to Chikurubi than to take them in the ICC. The selection of judges. If you know ICC, the way they select their judges, you can just say, no, I can't come here. No. Can you explain, can you think about it tonight? Why America never ratified the treaty to enter ICC?
Well, America so many times is lawless. It has a lot of
what about Russia?
Of lawlessness.
What about Russia?
Well, these are all.
Let me count for you the countries that have refused to ratify the ICC treaty. India, China, Russia, Brazil. Have you seen the countries? You can't touch any of their national. And in Africa, there are only 33 countries that ratified the treaty. The rest of 33 minus 54, I think 21 of them have never ratified the treaty. 21 or 22, 23, whatever. I did not do mathematics well at school. I failed mathematics and I hate it. So 54 countries minus 33, there will be 21. I think I'm right. They have not ratified the ICC treaty in Africa. So for you to get any person who has committed a crime in those countries, like Zimbabwe, you can't just come and attach Mnangagwa or Chiwenga or who. You have to go to the Security Council to authorize you as a chief prosecutor before you can choose Mnangagwa. That's why you Zimbabweans, most of you waste your time all the time writing long papers, letters to ICC.
Yeah, but Dr. Matsanga, you know, it'll be good if we can have that other discussion later on. I want to ask you, just as I exit, don't you think, though, that the Rome Statute, the setting up of the ICC, is crucial and has helped for civilians to have a greater degree of state power and exercise it, like we have seen so far? I'm giving an example. Domesticated ICC statutes have enabled citizens, mere citizens, like those refugees who fled into the United Kingdom. One of them is someone from Bahrain who managed to get the Prince of Bahrain stripped of diplomatic immunity using ICC statute, so that the Prince of Bahrain, a sitting government official, can be prosecuted upon stepping into the UK. There are Sri Lankans in the UK who have
now
are
you a lawyer? Can I tell you something? You are messing.
Allow me to finish on this one. Allow me to finish.
Yeah, but don't mix these two things. I have filed an application. Can I now tell you also? Saying, should Mr. Buhari, after Saturday, if Mr. Buhari ever steps in the United Kingdom, the police will go to his hotel, arrest him, take him to court to answer why, to answer to my summons and my petition. I've done it for the sake of Nigerians, because Mr. Buhari has detained a British national called Nnamdi Khan, who was released by the court, and he ordered him to be rearrested after the High Court, the Supreme Court of Nigeria, released him. So if he ever steps, because he usually goes for medical treatment, when Buhari was served the papers, he now goes to Saudi Arabia for medical treatment. That is not ICC. That is British law, common law, the Commonwealth law. You can apply it in London. We have applied it before. It is not ICC. ICC. Bahrain is not a member of ICC. Bahrain is a country which is independent. You have to go to the Security Council in order to pick anybody in Bahrain. But you cannot pick any suspect in Bahrain without authorization of the Security Council, if he is not a member. So the person in London has used English law. You know, there are courts in London. You can. By the way, Simba, you know, Qatar is paying me us money, 426 of us companies, because of the change and the failure to sell alcohol on the Olympic, the world football. They changed the day the following day before the opening of the match. I went to court with my tickets, and they said, let's sort it out of court. They are paying us money. That's not ICC law. I filed my case through my lawyers. I said I'd bought my ticket to go and see football. But the venue and the conditions upon which they are awarded the football hosting were wrong, were changed last minute. He said, no drink. You have to drink 40 miles away from the stadium. You have to wear this, you have to wear that. Okay. About wearing, I did not care. But the change of tickets and so on, you were inconvenienced. So many people, the European Union took it up. We are in court, and Qatar said, we don't want trouble. We just want to pay you how you lost some money. And they are going to pay people. So it's not ICC. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting late, and we would like to have some 2 free speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Then
I just
we,
want to say, Dr. Matsanga, it is domesticated British law that
yes.
has that it is ice. It is this is I'm just going to share a link here. This is
No,
from
ICC
Leonard
is
H.
domesticated in UK because
Yes,
UK is a signatory that has
thank you. So
ratified.
yes, thank you very much. So basically, what I'm trying to say is the whole setup. It has been helpful in transferring state power to civilians. So right now, you're complaining that you're not happy with the ICC institution in The Hague. So the one that is physically over there. But the general setup of the ICC, the Rome Statute around the world, does offer a great amount of opportunities for civilians around if they're organized enough to find and deploy state power to prosecute people even while they're in office, as has been demonstrated so far. In the UK, for instance, there are 3 government officials from Sri Lanka who were served with prosecution documents. I mean, literally by and to be prosecuted in the UK while they are in office, and this by mere civilians on the ground. And I'm saying this as much as people could complain, even Zimbabweans, that you're saying because there's no jurisdiction, they have been able to use this framework as
And,
far as
whom have you prosecuted in Zimbabwe, in
well,
London?
I'm going to tell you here, there are two court cases. There's a high court case in South Africa. There's a Supreme Court case in South Africa that was won by Zimbabweans against the South African government that was refusing to prosecute ZANU-PF officials. And this is on record. You can check this.
Yeah,
And
that is South
this is just
Africa, but that's South African law. Let me get a lawyer up here. No, just hold on here.
you can
Madam
please do
Honorable
so.
Shamara.
Please do so.
Can you come? Let her come. Let her come. Maybe.
It is South African law, but it is the framework, what the Rome Statute, the entire setup, what opportunities it provides for civilians. That is my point. Yes, you are criticizing the physical institution, which is a subject for another debate, but the laws, the setup, everything that was done from that time that you're saying you were physically there in Rome has provided a window of opportunities for civilians to exercise state power.
Agreed.
So that's what I'm saying, Dr. Matsang.
Yes, agreed. Now let's agreed. Thank you very much. I think it has provided a safer world. Yes. When the formation of ICC was not only to jail people, but also to have a safer world, to build peace. That's true. I agree. I agree 100%. But when it will turn up that the French use it to look for the people they want, it spoiled it. But the rest of the objectives in Rome Statute 1998, July, was very good. That's true. Thank you. Madam, ladies and gentlemen, we are sorry. Here we learn quite a lot of things. And some of you might have learned 1 or 2 things here. And I can see my friend Farai from the same area in South London, Southeast London. You can come up. Madam Honorable Shamara, maybe you can also throw 1 or 2 Honorable Member of Parliament of the 12th Parliament of 12th Parliament of Kenya. Are you ready to say some word here and maybe give Simba a few clues?
Yes. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We hear you very well.
Asante
Thank you.
sana, Daktari. I really have appreciated and learned a lot since yesterday. But I wanted to tell the gentleman Simba from Zimbabwe, I think we were getting derailed. The ICC is a very fascinating topic. I'm of the personal opinion that it is a highly political court. And if it wasn't, you would have members who are permanent representatives of the United Nations Security Council or founding members like India, Russia and the United States as members, which they are not. But that's a discussion that we can debate extensively for another day, and its political nature. I think what I wanted to be at this talk this evening and be part of this very important conversation because I wanted to learn more about the views and what Wagner is and Western armies are doing in Africa. So if we could please very kindly and very respectfully go back to that topic.
Thank you very much, Madam. God bless you. We are back on our topic, ladies and gentlemen. We have at least, let's finish at 2 o'clock of Nairobi time. We have 35 minutes. Let's utilize them very efficiently. Each of you who comes up to speak, use 1.5 minutes, and then leave the other. Farai, another Zimbabwe, then another Mr. Knife with good voice. These mercenaries are very many here.
My elder,
yes.
you flatter me too much, considering the experience I have learned from you.
No, don't worry, Farai. Farai, don't worry. We live in the same area, Southeast London, isn't it?
Yeah, we're there together, my brother.
Yes, we don't know where Simba lives. Simba, do you live in Brixton?
I doubt there's anywhere near any sane vicinity because it takes thought.
Simba might be living in Brixton. I would ask him when Simba.
The Utopian Valley.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Make your contribution. Thanks.
No, I think on the issue of Wagner and the Western armies, I think it's a very critical issue, purely because the issue in Ukraine presents a new narrative for a number of constituencies, purely because it looks at primarily the geopolitical dimension of issues that are now shifting. And if you look at, and I'm sure you've been observing this, my dear leader, Dr. Matsanga, the emergence of Western countries more coming back to Africa, having conversations at a foreign geopolitical level, and having conversations not just about mineral resources and so forth, but looking at security and so forth. These are critical questions they're asking because they're clearly seeing that those historical ties they once shunned are now working in Russia's favor. Africa has not tilted a hilt, and it's looking furthermore into decolonizing in partnership with Russia. Of course, from those that are in the leftist movement, people like Stephen Gowan are critical of Russia's position. But in Africa, we realize this to be a very opportune time to look at a new partnership that includes us as partners. And that is fundamental. Whether it is correct or not correct, but the decisions that strategic geopolitical countries make are really at the behest of their own conditionalities. I think that if we are to build a multipolar world, it is necessary to cement these kind of partnerships and to grow them, nurture them for the greater good of African leadership in the future, so that we can be taken seriously in the Security Council of the UN. And as you all know, Mugabe died arguing for Africa to be recognized in the Security Council. It would be a good start. But in order to do so, we need leverage. This is a good start. That's my position.
Thank you very much, my brother. Now, who else is around here? Miss Street. There's Knife. Knife, you have something quick. There's a lady next to you.
Yes,
from the great country.
I'll be really quick. So I had on one of my Twitter spaces, I had the Minister of Security of El Salvador. He came on my space as a guest, and we were trying to get him to tell us about their decision to use Bitcoin as their currency, right? And everyone who knows the history of El Salvador and where they are to this present day, I think this blockchain technology needs to be something that Africa needs to not ignore, right? El Salvador was stripped of all of its mineral wealth from its colonializers. When these guys took power, they had nothing in their coffers, and Bitcoin was their reserve. And they are very, very successful country, and so probably one of the most successful and safest places in Central America. So I'm just saying there is a way that Africa can be able to control, to be sovereign. Keep going.
Okay, that is very good. Kezi, and then let's have Miss Tweet. Miss Tweet first, then Kezi, and stick to the point, stick to this point. This topic here is very, we haven't exhausted it, but I will summarize and I will post notes on this platform for students to take.
Mr. Masanga, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Kezi.
Yes, I am calling from Nigeria. I most appreciate you. This is the first time I'm following you on a chat box like this, and I would want to continue doing that. Keep it up, thank you. But there is something that you said that actually touched me. I quite appreciate I'm one of the people that actually get pained each time I listen to the death of Muammar Gaddafi, because I call him Lion of Africa. I call him the man that maintains security in Sub-Saharan Africa. I am pretty sure that the disaster that was actually occurred by ISWAP, that caused by ISWAP and Boko Haram in the northern part of Nigeria, wouldn't have been as devastating as it is had that man been alive. And I'm equally pained, more importantly, that while the whole issues of Muammar Gaddafi was going on, Nigeria didn't play the much role I had anticipated a big brother in Africa to play. I listened carefully on the presidents you mentioned, and I didn't hear the president of Nigeria, and it's very painful. As a young person growing up, it's actually painful to me. But more curious thing that actually touched me a little bit was when you talked about Nnamdi Kanu and Mr. Buhari. First, I want to correct a few impressions. No Supreme Court has released Nnamdi Kanu in Nigeria. The case of Nnamdi Kanu, his release, according to what he said, was at appeal courts, and that matter today is at Supreme Court level. He had not been released by Supreme Court. He had not been released by Supreme Court.
That's true.
That's number one.
I added the Supreme Court, which I should not have added. Yes.
Yes. The number. So Mr. Buhari had not actually heard him. But I can tell you something. If you cast your mind back in April or thereabout, you interviewed Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. I think Punchline. Am I correct? And I think I was so moved because I am staying in Enugu. Enugu is the hotbed of Southeast. And I can tell you with all certainty that Nnamdi Kanu has caused enormous disaster to Southeast. As I speak to you today, 6 persons were dead, not 6, 5 plus 3, 8 plus 1, 9, in less than 1 week. These are the followers of Nnamdi Kanu. I can send the pictures to you. These are his followers who go on to cause mayhem, bomb police stations, and try to disrupt the peace. As I speak to you today, I didn't go out in Southeast. Simon by his disciple is causing mayhem in the Southeast, trying to run Southeast just like Ambazonia. And it pains me when we don't get these nitty-gritties, people trying to terrorize the situation of a country, people trying to latch on sentiment that are not realistic, people trying to scam people and throw Africa into crisis. I can tell you, if not for the activities of Nigerian government, today Southeast would have been burning, and link Southeast and link Ambazonia. Another African region would have been up in flames. Man, people will tell you human rights. Yes, I agree with you. But human rights to what extent? Human rights are those that are killed and not having human rights. Or Every week in Southeast today, the disciples or the descendants or the followers of Nnamdi Kanu have kept on killing people since 2006 to 16 to today. And they kept on lying. It is Fulani one, Fulani nonsense. We who are, I'm a medical doctor and I'm a public affairs analyst, we who actually sit down to understand the nitty-gritty, understand that this guy is humongously lying, trying to put the system into abyss, and is collecting money from those that are giving him money in abroad, shouting that it is about human rights. There's nothing like Biafra is looking for. Sorry, I'm going because it's paining me because you may not understand that we are getting into another bananas, we are getting into another Somalia, we are getting into another Boko Haram enclave simply because of Nnamdi Kanu. And when such grounds are fertilized, these foreign powers will come in. Yes, we saw French trying to do what they did in with Boko Haram, with ISWAP. We saw their hands. Yes, Africa does not have a strong ally, that could actually speak for them. But for us Africans, we should be able to debug our children. We should be able to tell them, look, you don't cause trouble in Africa, and begin to shout hula baloo abroad. For those who have actually colonized you and are doing neo-colonialism, take a look at a country like Cameroon. Is that country actually moving forward? No, the country is not progressing. But look at the disaster going on in Cameroon. Who caused it? France. We all understand this. So please, I want us to begin to put this into perspective. It's not just about shouting, Mr. President is bad. If you could actually get at the people on the ground. As I speak to you, I was on air today. Nigeria will have election in the next 4 to 5 days. Presidential election. What is currently going on is that Simon Ekpa is ordering those of his mercenaries in Southeast here to cause mayhem. Today they went to burn 2 police stations, and 8 of them were mowed down. 8 boys. Meanwhile, they burned 1 police station down, and I think they killed a police officer. Is that what we'll continue doing in Africa? Causing terrorism in Africa and turning around to blame some other person? That's exactly what happened in Libya. Yes, I appreciate that Libya, Muammar Gaddafi might have not been the best of leaders. But look at Libya today, look at Libya before Muammar Gaddafi. Would any human being accept Libya of today to the Libya of Muammar Gaddafi? Nobody would do that. So let us begin to appreciate that, look, Africa and the way we put our nation forward should be better than what we are thinking of being good boys of the Western world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and I want to appreciate that continue coming to the platform. Thank you for a few of those corrections. Not the Supreme Court, is appeal court. And whatever the situation is that is very, very bad if there are killings again taking place in that place at the moment. But continue coming to the platform. You are all the time welcome to come to the platform and contribute and listen and give us. Any Nigerian who is on the platform can tell us who might win this election. What are the opinion polls saying? But that is, if you come up and you tell us, Miss Street, you are from this great country near the Atlantic Ocean, west of Atlantic. Take the microphone and tell us whether you want Africa to become a battlefield of Cold War, a Cold War battlefield with Wagner military versus the Western Blackwater. The Americans are soon also bringing Blackwater groups in Africa, so we might become a battlefield for these 2 superpowers. Take the microphone, Madam. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This is a very interesting topic, and I want to say thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. And I want to also say thank you to everyone who have contributed to this conversation. I'll start with this adage that is very popular in the Igbo land. It says, if you don't know when the rain started pouring on you. If you don't know when the rain started beating you, you will never know when the rain stopped doing that. So, in response to the topic, and in synonym with the adage I just delivered, it's important that we begin to ask ourselves questions. Who invited Wagner to Africa? What were the grounds? What were the basics for this invitation? Yes, I covered that. Some say it be for military training, for defense, and what have you. Now, is it pragmatic? Is it decisive? Is it logically knowing fully well that these countries will never and have never had good intentions for Africa? It's always been selfish in terms of economic, political, and now military. They want to consume every aspect of Africa. And if we keep saying, let's invite them over for training and all of that, what are they doing? In Nigeria, in Mali, wherever these people, this troop, this Russian military coming, there's always chaos. So, can we say that they are actually fulfilling their promise, or what? We all know that whenever you create a problem, whenever you create havoc, whenever you create disorientation, it's easier for you to benefit from that situation because people are now focused on attending to their problems and not paying attention to the fact that you are sapping off, natural resources from them. So I think that Africa must wake up. What is the way forward? Should we embark on a sub-regional military front, or should we make it at the regional level? I mean, say at the AU level, right? And also, there's another question of inviting these Russian troops. Isn't it important that we begin to tackle those leaders that signed those agreements? We should begin to name them and shame them. If we want Africa to be prosperous, if we want Africa to thrive, and I mean in every ramification, it's better that Africans begin to develop Africa and for Africans. We can't keep deceiving ourselves, moving around in a roller coaster and expecting a change to occur. It will never occur. And largely, this problem is as a result of lack of education. I would say so, yes. Lack of education and, poverty. These are playing very key role as to what is happening in Africa, in the sense that people who are yet to conceive the truth that this foreign powers do not mean well for us. They lack that education. They lack that information as to protecting, our territory and not allowing these people divide us. In the past, we've had great strategies, military strategies. We've had great African moralists like Hannibal. We have what's this guy's name? Leovo that, and the guy they called Toussaint from Haiti. We have Chaka Zulu. We have Tahak. We have Kendrick, and we have our great Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. God rest his soul. Africa have the potential to rise up. Africa have the potential to strategize. Africa have, during the Biafran War, you might not know, a large part of the reason why the Nigerian force defeated Biafra was because of the closed channel of food production. Biafra was fantastically producing weapon in the Igbo land. There is what they call what is it called? Is like I've forgotten the name. But as at that time, it had a capacity to destroy
Let me help you. It's called the
about
Bunige. Let me help you. It's called the Bunige.
Ogunigwe. Thank you. That's the yes. That's the Igbo name. I'm trying to get the English translation. As at then, he was able
Let the
to.
Englishman translate it. Just don't bother yourself. Let the Englishman translate it. Obunigwe kills in thousands. So that's what it just means.
Ogunigwe, thank you. Yes, so it's like a cannon that kills in thousands. And this was as early as 1967 without foreign aid. Ojukwu was a strategist, and we all know this. Africans have potential to develop ourselves, to build ourselves, to create this fund. We are begging all these foreign powers to assist us with. But now, for the very fact that corruption, greed, illiteracy has surmounted our desire to become one, the problem is still persisting. I want to say something about my brother who just spoke, Kezie. He spoke very emotionally, and I can actually relate with his pain. He's in the heart of the Igbo land. He's in Enugu, and I can say Enugu is a bit fairly peaceful compared to other parts of the southeast. But I kind of disagree with him. It's not right that he pointed out that IPOB are primarily responsible for the unnecessary and numerous killings that is happening in the southeast. This IPOB issue is a very complex situation, and as a result of this, different stakeholders are benefiting and playing their parts in this in the southeast. We have terrorism finance, and we have terrorists in form of unknown gunmen, Fulani. Please, I don't want, I know you might get you. I want to interrupt you. Please don't. We have terrorists in the form of unknown gunmen. These are Fulani men that are being financed by, I don't know if to say the government or whoever is trying to advance their claim that Nnamdi Kalu is a terrorist. So for them to uphold that position that this man is a terrorist, they have to keep fueling havoc in disguise of this havoc being perpetrated by the independent people of Biafra, which is wrong. Secondly, we also have selfish organizations, selfish groups that are rising up, kidnapping, going after the Nigerian soldiers, and most of these videos are very gory, but yet you would hear them say clearly in their video that they do not represent the independent people of Biafra, that they are doing whatsoever they are doing because they are tired of the injustice that is being melted on them by the Nigerian government. Thirdly, we have the set of people who are just private individuals that were able to get weapons, create organizations, and then they are just creating havoc, killing, kidnapping, receiving ransom, and all the likes for their selfish gains and selfish purpose. So that is it for IPOB. It's not just the IPOB youths, and most of the time it is this people financed by terrorists and selfish interests of some groups or some youths in the southeast that is creating this havoc. Thank you very much.
Please, would you allow me just react a minute to what she just said? Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, first. Let me draw your attention clearly to how the
No,
Southeast became a problem.
wait. If we allow that, we shall lose the debate. I've been to the platforms where that issue, the issue of the country called Nigeria, brings down a platform. So let's now.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. Let's move to Kezi. Kezi, just hold, you will reply later. Let's not have like we are exchanging views on Nigeria today. Our topic is very nice up there, but you can use your last parting shot as an answer to her. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think I will allow Mwaura, you are here again. Muranza, Muruza, Maruza, Mr. Maruza, every time you come to the platform, you run away. What is the problem? You don't, when we give you the microphone, you don't speak. I need 2 speakers. I don't know whether Honorable Shamara, you want to say something today, or you just want to listen up to the end.
Dr. Asante Sana, I'm
Yeah.
listening. I've done more learning today, so I would rather I continue listening. But ultimately, I think that this is an extremely important topic, and I don't think it's been exhausted comprehensively. And
No. Yeah.
we did discuss other important topics. And it's something that I really hope that you would address in the forum.
I will try to get time, but I will supply notes, which I have a paper on this. Is Africa a Cold War or a battlefield for Cold War between Wagner military and the Western armies?
Thank you.
Indeed, it is. Both the West and the East tend to have moved in Africa. China has moved in the name of the East. When we talk about the East, it is only Russia that has shown its Wagner military. But we have forgotten that most of the Chinese are all military people. They have ranks in the army, in the Red Army, and they work for the Red Army. So it is very, very important that you also look at an expanded Eastern European entry into Africa. Mr. Maruza from South Africa, how are you? You have a platform now, you have your mic, and you have put up your hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Very audible, even better than audibility itself.
It's very, very unfortunate that we are coming back to 500 years ago, the years of slave trade. It reminds me of the Igbo landing, where thousands of Africans or Nigerians committed suicide, but we had sold them. Who got the money for them to go to be taken into slavery? It was our own Africans. It was our own African leaders and chiefs who were selling them and getting some guns. Now you want to ask yourself, how much is a gun and how much is ammunition? In a country which is poverty, just like all other African countries like Nigeria, South Africa, whatever, Mozambique, Congo, we are all too poor to afford a gun and one bullet. Where are these bullets coming from? Where are these guns coming from? It's just a history playing and repeating itself, that we have selfish and corrupt leaders who have replicated themselves or mutated from the 500 years ago of slavery. And we see today we are being enslaved at home. The same things are playing up. Children are killing one another. When we don't have one factory which manufacture bullets or which manufacture guns in the same Nigeria, it's so pathetic that we are talking about this in a country which is educated Africa, because there is no university you go to in Africa which you don't see a Nigerian lecturer. I myself was educated by Mr. Mbajong. He was an anatomy, a professor of anatomy at a medical school. These people are educating us, but they are also under threat from these corrupt leaders who are not even as educated as them. Where are we getting lost as Africans? Why would we accept the military of one country like Russia or whatever, the West or China, to come and rock the whole continent of 56 countries? There is something wrong. Children of Africa need to rise up. Children of Africa need to prescribe the Africa they want, and then put this Africa on the table for a leader who is capable to implement this Africa, to lead. If that leader cannot implement a Nigeria which is free from guns, to be honest, I am a member of a church, and leaders of my church went to Nigeria. When they reached Nigeria, they had to have private security to guard them, because there are people who shall abduct them for ransoms or other things. This is unfortunate. The people of Nigeria, you are going to the elections on 25 February. Make your message clear. You want a leader who will eradicate this corruption. You want a leader who will implement a Nigeria that is guns-free. A Nigeria whose law enforcement agencies are respected and take action. We have countries like, I can give an example of Zimbabwe. Get your gun and go there and see if Mnangagwa will let you scot-free. And see if you walk 2 minutes with your gun. Those guys are serious in their intelligence and in their law enforcement. We need a Nigeria whose army and police are corruption-free. There are things you cannot tamper with. Zimbabwe is the most underpaid army in the world, but is the most professional army and the most professional military intelligence. You can never escape Mnangagwa's military intelligence. Dead or alive, they will catch you. We need a Nigeria which has such an army, which is not porous, which cannot sell or sell out national integrity, national security. From there, we can now start to talk about Mali and all these other countries. They do coups because there is no national security. It's not guaranteed. To my Nigerian brothers here, sit down, relax, and start to think about the Nigeria you want. Do you want that Nigeria where you have to walk around with private security? In a country where the army is being paid and the police are being paid, why having them? You need to prescribe, to sit down and prescribe the Nigeria you want, to say, if you Tinubu or you Peter Obi, you want to be the president next week, you must be that president who runs a country which is free from this kind of corruption. which is killing our sisters. 110 students just disappearing in the forest. That is a shame. We are not happy with that as Africans. And Nigerians, you are one of the most educated countries in Africa with the labor force which is around the world. We need you to do better so we can follow. You are our bigger brothers. 1996 Atlanta Olympics, we all cheered when JJ Okocha and Nwango Kanu were doing wonders. The whole of Africa was behind you. And the whole of Africa is shocked today that some of our talents are being killed in broad daylight because of bad leadership. Why going into an election when you don't have a Nigeria that you have prescribed as voters to say we have the power in our vote? You leader, implement this. If you can't, march out, shape or ship out. This is what Nigeria needs. This is what Africa needs. Thank you, Dr. Matanga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, comrade. At least today I've heard your voice. And I can see, Charles, you people, you don't want me to sleep today again. Tapiwa, I'm giving you the mic and you are coming down. Charles Mutama, I've sent you the mic. Tapiwa. Oh, I want to remove somebody here so that let me remove you, Kazi, for some time, and you come down and we get somebody up. Charles, where are you? Okay, Tapiwa. Is it Tapiwa?
I'm here, Dr. Matanga.
Okay, I can see Tapiwa. I'm looking for another one. Oh, he has gone away. Adindi, let me add you as a speaker. You people don't want us to sleep. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, when you get the platform, the mic, please stick to the topic. We still need, I now want solutions. What can we do as Africans to stop the Cold War? The battlefield shifting to Africa between the West and the East, the two militaries. What do we do? As we can see, most of the countries in Africa are already with their armies on standby. They have already taken a stand. They have bought the army, paid the money, and the armies are in Congo, they are in Mali, they are in Burkina Faso. What do we do exactly in order to get ourselves out of this? I would allow on the 3 speakers, and then that will be the end. Then we call it a day. We shall add on next time. Charles Mutama, followed by Didi, followed by Comrade Sam Chitova, Sam Billy Chitova. Yeah. Then any lady outside there who wants to speak, another lady. Sha, are you a man or a woman?
Miss Tweet has raised her hand.
But she will speak last. Sha, do you want to speak? Are you a man or a woman? You know, some of these people put photographs here of good ladies. When you talk, he's a man. Okay? My sister from Rwanda today, you are quiet. Thank you very much. Let's have those people going.
Yes, thank you once again, Dr. Matsang, my fellow panelists and my African brothers and sisters here present. Indeed, Africa is a Cold War battlefield, I would say, between the East and the West. And indeed, the Cold War era conflict continues and is now even escalating while we watch and witness Africa becoming a theater of this conflict. And what is the primary reason? Let me go quickly to the solution as Dr. Matsanga has requested. The solution, as I have consistently mentioned in other spaces, particularly the one on the African Union Summit yesterday, is national cohesion. Embracing the gains of the liberation struggle that was waged in various African countries, and even consolidating those gains, as well as building bridges in our various African nations, working on peace building. We have a blueprint provided by our forebearers, and one that I can mention is by the Honorable Marcus Garvey, who mentioned that we need to be united or else we will perish. When an enemy arrives in a compound which is divided, just like what the other speaker alluded to, during the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, it was division, it was greed, it was avarice. So in our various countries, I challenge my fellow panelists, I challenge people on this platform and anyone else listening out there, that now is the time, considering the activities in the Sahel region, in North Africa, in West Africa, considering activities happening in sub-Saharan Africa. In East Africa, we have seen a lot of activities from the East, and we are seeing activities perennially from the West. And in light of this, the solution lies in consolidating the gains of the liberation struggle and pulling up other nations in Africa that are now regressing. For instance, we mentioned South Africa in another space, which was one of the leaders or had very wise leaders during the anti-apartheid era and during the fight against apartheid and colonialism. Very educated, intelligent intellectuals, such as Chris Hani, Steve Bantu Biko, Sobukwe, and so on. So to summarize, as African nations, as African people, let's work together. Let's be united. Let's close the gap between ourselves, because we have more that unites us than what divides us. And myself, I am making a pledge that in Zimbabwe, I am working towards that. And I will ensure that as an individual and as a collective, we will consolidate the gains of the liberation struggle. Thank you, Dr. Matsang. Thank you, my fellow panelists. That is the way forward that I prescribe. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, all of you. Didi, also be as sharp as Didi, then Shah, then now I call last parting shots from Titi, tweet. Kezia, you first talk, then Titi will finally close the chapter for us. And we wait for another show on Friday in the morning at 11 a.m., which is 9, I think 9 o'clock West African time, and which is 8 o'clock London time. There will be a show. In the morning, the topic will be given to you. Then in the evening, there is a show on a bigger platform of Wandera, Kennedy Wandera, the Africa space. We are doing it to educate people. Africa, and we learn more. We have learned quite a lot of things. And if you talk without quarreling, always you resolve problems. Oh, then Comrade Sam, let's have Didi, Shah, then Comrade Sam. And then we close, have all of you have 1 minute each now.
Thank you, Doctor. I am privileged. I think I started following you in the past few days here, and it's been quite interesting to see the topics we discuss. I will be very brief and to the point. It is no secret that most African countries are now hiring these mercenaries. And indeed, we could argue that it is a Cold War. There seems to be a willingness on the part of the political leaders, because there is no way we could get we could say that the African people are responsible for this. And so when we analyze what's going on in these countries, and I think you've mentioned it, Libya, Sudan, Mozambique, the Central African Republic, Mali, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Cameroon, I heard today, all these countries have found a way, one or another, to hire these mercenaries. And they seem to be landing on the continent to do short-term assignments. But like you question us as what are going to be the implications of these mercenaries and the presence of Russia on the continent. My assessment of this whole situation is that our leaders, our political leaders, would make these decisions without consulting the people. Because if they were to consult the people, I think that most Africans are not for a whole lot of foreign interference, which is completely different than international cooperation. And so if we were to look for a solution, if we were to say what potential solution doors and this very complicated subject, I think the African Union, I think the people that have spoken before me talked about unity. And I think for Africans, this continues to be a very, very, we all know that it's important to be united, but we continue to struggle to unite. We see it in many countries. Ethnicity continues to be the main drivers of decisions and foreign policies. If you look at Central Africa, it's happening now. If you look at South Africa, there's still bits of tribalism and regionalism, people that from one corner wants to decide how things are going to be. But we forget that our nations were not the decisions of our, I mean, independence, yes, but really the way they divided Africa had nothing to do with Africans. And I think that remains the number one reasons why we struggle today. And also in our struggles lie the solution. And so we have to go back to unity to understand that we are one people and that what affects Zimbabwe today will likely affect South Africa tomorrow and vice versa. And when we go on these tables at the African Union, we have to understand that it is not each country on their own is really the future of the entire continent and all the people that live on that continent. I'm still struggling with the structures of AU because it is my understanding that its funding is 51%, 49 from members countries and 51 from international partners, which puts us in a position to constantly yield to what others want for us. And it makes it extremely difficult. So unfortunately, we've been waiting for too long for our leaders to take a stand and speak on our behalf. There's one person here that was talking about education, but I've come to realize that education in itself is not a prerequisite for conscience, for good judgment, for great leadership. From the time of the Thomas Sankaras and the Kwame Nkrumah, I think we are living in an age of greed and self-service and a complete ignorance of the people. And it is my understanding that the people, real power and real leadership lies with the people. If you serve them faithfully, then in return you get development. You get to succeed. And this is one thing that lacks on our continent, unfortunately. And if we are going to move to prosperity, then we need a new set of leaders that understand the needs of the people. And unfortunately, the way things look like right now on our continent, there's not many leaders that are willing to serve their people faithfully and bring their needs to these tables where decisions are made. I am hopeful because the powers are shifting. There seems to be a shift in the powers, and I think it's also a time for Africans to rise and to understand that things are changing, and instead of constantly reverting to mercenaries and foreign powers, we can look inwardly towards each other. There are great countries. I think they mentions a few here. South Africa is a great military powerhouse. You've got Ethiopia, you've got Nigeria, and you've got countries in the north that have a lot of capabilities. And I think we should be looking to those people to maybe solve some of these concerns rather than
look outwards and hire these mercenaries. So the solutions lies with politics, with the people too holding their leaders accountable and making sure that they are answering to their needs rather than their very own. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Am I next, Dr. Matanga? Dr. Matanga. Okay, so he might be disposed. Okay, I'm going to go just to keep the flow going. Greetings, everyone. I'm thinking that replacing, I think this. I think that I'm going to use this metaphor that France, United States, and some corporations that are, in other places than those places, have their hooks in countries in Africa. And by bringing the Wagner group, we're loosening those hooks and moving them out. Yet we're taking in some other types of hooks, some other types of relationships that may, in the long run, be damaging. However, I think that to loosen these hooks that's been in for, some time now, a couple of 100 years or whatever, is better than just not doing anything or continuing on as we're going, not doing anything. I also think that in the diaspora, I think we need to look to the bigger picture, and I mentioned this before in spaces about what's going on over here that's in the forefront. I mentioned Gregory Meeks, who's a congressman in New York, Queens area, and he sits on the foreign committee. He introduced a bill that that is supposed to monitor the proxies, Russian proxies, the extractive industries, politics of African countries. That's what this bill says that an agency, I guess, is going to carry out this. They're going to be monitoring African countries for Russian influence and monitoring African Americans for being influenced by propaganda. That was very interesting how they brought African Americans into this, which is also very interesting in some other ways. I think that that's a bigger picture. And then we have that happening last year this time. And then we have, after that, the summit that happens. So we have to pay attention to these movements that are happening. This is all part of the plan. And, add it all up. And then now we see all this movement going on. It's like the big land grab or the big grab for Africa again. Like, this is crazy. But here's something that we could possibly do as a solution is year of return was successful, brought in maybe close to $1 billion to Ghana. We need to do a year of return in every African country if we can, or strategic African countries, a year of return. This is the marketing of bringing the diaspora in, and as well, look at FESTAC as a model. I brought this up before in some other spaces. FESTAC happened in 1976, around that time in Nigeria. Huge event. Diaspora from all over Brazil, United States, the Caribbean participated. Every African country was there to party and celebrate each other. We were there to celebrate each other, our culture, and this is something that really we could have really built on that in terms of bringing Africa together, because we celebrate ourselves through our culture, through our music, through our dance, through our food. So this is something that we could use also as a strategy to unify Africa, get the AU to organize it, and then we finance it ourselves. And this is the galvanizing spirit that we need with all this negativity all around us and all these crazy crackers. I'm going to use the word crackers on purpose. All around us doing all these things, that our culture, our spirituality is what galvanizes us. And so maybe that is the route we need to take in order to move to the next thing. And then when we have these big events that we could do,
That's where we educate the people. We educate the people about what's going on in Africa, and the importance of us coming together. And then that boosts the economy of that country. That educates the people on a massive level. That it brings the good energy of the people, and we build from there. And all of this stuff that's happening, it starts to fall by the wayside, and they get scared when they see us, happy, and are moving in the right direction, and having good nature, and not afraid and not worried and shit. We're building. Thank you. I'll land there.
Hello, Mr. Masanga. Hello.
Go ahead if he's not there.
Okay. Thank you, my brothers. You guys have learned a lot from you. I've learned quite a lot. Today is the first time I'm joining the platform, and I'll continue to be here. It's quite impressive, educating, and I think that's the way Africa could actually go. The first thing I would want to react to my sister who talked about the killings that actually occurred in the southeast, and then blaming it on Fulani headsmen. Incidentally, I happen to have actually handled the Headers Farmers Crisis for UNDP for 14 weeks. And I happened to get involved deep into what actually happened. I discovered that that's a different ballgame altogether when it comes to the killings that actually occurred caused by terrorists. Now, I don't know if she's still on the platform, but if she is, I will give you a little education, a little background. In May 2015, Nnamdi Kanu was in Texas, USA, asking that he be granted some money by the people of the geographical region called Biafra to enable him purchase arms, to fight a war. That was in May. In 2016, he sneaked into Nigeria, and he was arrested alongside with Ambazonian rebels in Abuja, where they were to have meeting. And he was put to prison. And in 2017, he was granted a relief. Now, subsequently after that, he flouted, let me not go into that legal issue, but he moved around the whole Southeast. We saw him, videos are there. He went ahead to form his own security and the military army. He formed it, and there was a military intervention in his house. He left the country, and then ever since that time, we had not known peace in the Southeast. For those who may not know, let me fast track it clearly. In December 2020, am I correct? Yes. In December 2020, Nnamdi Kanu formed what we call Eastern Security Network. That was supposed to be the military arm of his Biafran struggle that should be able to protect the Southeast, against invasion, in quotes, Fulani men. Don't forget that way back in 2016, this young man told us that Nigerian president, he was dead, that he was replaced by one Jubril. As I speak to you today, not less than 40% of Igbos in Southeast believe that nonsense Kokambu story. That propaganda he propagated is still there on the streets of Igbo land. Southeastern people brainwashed, and they still believed in him. And whenever he tells them that those killing them are the Fulanis, they will tend to believe that. And let me equally inform. From my own being living around, I've been able to interact with a lot of IPOB members, and you could understand it's just a quagmired ideology. Now, in 2020, he formed Eastern Network. In December, the first killing occurred, that's in December 2020, of a contractor from a state called Imo State. He was moving down to his state. The man was killed, and he actually, the security operatives were dispossessed of his weapons. And initially it was tagged Fulani. I said, no, I know the area very well. There's no way Fulani men will go there to attack. Eventually those guys were caught. they were people of Southeastern extraction, because the truth has to be told. As a medical doctor, we call it debriding the wound. Whenever a wound is dirty, you have to open it up. It will be painful, but you have to, clean it up and then close the wound so that it will heal properly. If you leave it with that, you will not get the answer. Between December 2020 to March, why this Eastern Network, March 2021, why this ESN was there, insecurity in Southeast rose by 340%. Only one new body was introduced. The governors were against it. Everybody was against it. Those that were killed, today as I speak to you, not one single Fulani man, not one man outside of Igbo land, among all those that were killed by security men, is not an Igbo man. Not one. Now, beyond that, we began to see the killing of the security men. Nnamdi Kanu on his broadcast, actually. I'm quoting him because he has caused a lot of trouble in Southeast. He, on his broadcast, called those men unknown, wholly unknown gunmen. Wholly unknown gunmen. And on the streets of Igbo land, people were clapping for them. These things I'm saying are all on internet. You can Google them and see their activities. They will kill, they will speak Igbo language, and somebody will say they are not Igbos. That was the white lie, and we kept on believing that nonsense, feeding ourselves that nonsense. The issue wasn't when he was arrested. A declaration of 1 day sit at home was declared by his DOS called led by my Chike Doziem, and his boys on the ground led by the commander of ESN, which was Chinasa Nwuru, actually made sure that the initial sit at home was complied with. People were killed. That's the truth. Thereafter, they said no, and Simon Ekpa took over, and the killing continued. Now, the governor of Anambra State has made, I'm just doing a summary. The governor of Anambra State has made an exposition on those that are actually involved. He made it clear that 100% of those caught were all Southeasterners. He made it clear that nobody from outside the Southeast belongs to that cartel killing people. So until we begin to tell ourselves the truth, we will not know the whole thing. Last week, the young man that went to Gidi to stop to enforce it at home was killed by the indigenous of that area. He's an Igbo man. 5 that were killed yesterday are all Igbos. So when we begin to hear these stories of people coming to, attack us in Igbo land, that's Kukambu story, that's what brainwashing mechanism that the terrorists wanted to use infiltrating. And for me, I don't want to say they are not terrorists. After all, their name has appeared on Global Index of Terrorism as number 3 group that are actually known to be killing security operatives in Nigeria. It is clear. And on insecurity in Nigeria, was our brother that actually was talking about going around with security men. I can tell him that over the last month, kidnapping has come to almost insignificant level in Nigeria. This issue of cash swap, because actually what propels kidnapping and so on is just the issue of financial reward, cash incentive, and the ability to get physical cash. But the inability to get these monies today has reduced crime rates, especially these kidnappings, to almost zero. I keep wondering, I keep asking my friends, when last did you hear about kidnapping? So it's working, and I believe that is working program.
Can I maybe ask you a question there? Because look like, from my understanding, what you are relating compared to the topic is that it's very worrying that this might end up being like a civil war between Nigerian people. There's no way I can describe this, because is it like a tribal in between Igbos and Yoruba or outside people?
No. The whole thing is happening within Igbo land. Not one single enclave of Igbos. Look at the issue.
So it's between Igbo themselves.
Yes, look at the issue. Somebody wants Biafra. He feels the only way to get Biafra is to get everybody hooked up. Now, one way of doing that is to push everybody, whip everybody in line. And one way of whipping everybody in line is to use propaganda, sentiment, and then force people to fall in line. That's exactly what's going on. Now, what is happening now is that P2B of Southeastern extraction is on the ballot. Simon Nepal from Finland feels that Igbo shouldn't go to the polls. And Igbos are reacting. That look, this man wants to cause trouble because Peter Obi is well accepted across the federation. So people are beginning to understand that's a scam that will be perpetrated by not even Nnamdi Kanu, but even the first person, Ralph Wazulike. That's a scam to defrauding Igbos in the name of getting Biafra.
Maybe let's pray for things to come to go well with the election in Nigeria. But because I've been listening to you, I think now we need to maybe move to a next speaker, like Miss Street or someone, while we're waiting for Dr. David to come back. I just texted Dr. David now, so we can hear at least one or two more people before we come to an end.
Okay, but please let me just say something before I go. Just let me say something. What I wanted to say is, in terms of Africa, please, you guys, I'm not tech savvy, and incidentally, I'm a professional. It's too weighty, combining it. We need this type of education we are doing to go to the in-depth every part of Africa. Those on these blogs may get up to be presidents tomorrow. Those that are outside this blog may get up to be presidents tomorrow. And they need to understand where Africa is. They need to understand that they need to take responsibility of being Africans and being African leaders. They need to understand that there is sacrifice needed to do to be given by our leaders, our professionals, that we need to sit back in Africa and decolonize ourselves. That's what I call colonial mentality, whereby we believe that there's something better off we will get. Meanwhile, we are killing Africa. And the white man and the others are following up in us, actually making us to feel that we are not even getting it right. But I can tell you, we are getting it right, only that we need to believe in ourselves. So we need to dementalize ourselves and then come back to look at Africa and look how we salvage Africa. I think this education you are doing, you may not know how much is going, but I think we need to cascade it along the whole of African regions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe Miss Tweet can come on now.
Okay, one small stand on exit team protocol.
You need
sorry,
to.
there's a network.
Yeah, you need to switch off one of either your phone. You might be connected on your phone or another computer or something. There's a two connection flashing over there.
Hello. Oh, okay, it's better. Mr. Kezier, I would applaud you for this very passionate response and submissions you've delivered, but I respectfully will choose not to respond to any of your positions, mainly because I'm sure many of us are tired, including I myself, and in the best interest of the topic that is that this space was created for. So the last thing Doctor said, he was asking for resolutions as to the battlefield, Africa being a ground for Cold War. And the following are my 2 cents on it. I would begin by saying that no one goes to the desert because there is nothing to get from there. There is nothing to see from there. So the foreign armies representing foreign leaders and, in a large extent, foreign leaders' interests, foreign country interests, would always go to countries that have resources. And this is the problem. So it's more like resources that is not being managed, that is not being handled properly by an African leader, opens door for this foreign people to get in. Yeah. So what do we do? Charity begins at home. Before you start condemning what is around you, try to see if you're the problem. Charity begins at home. And it's good that we Africans go to the root of the problem. And so many people have said, yes, we're African, we should strive for unity, we should strive. How do we do this? We need to go back to the uniting force that unites us. And in this context, the African Union. The African Union is like the umbrella for all, except one or two African states, right? Yeah. So what is the problem with the African Union? Now we have to look into management. Is the management weak? And is the management reflecting their own interests above the interest of the majority? And having said that, we have to also identify defaulters. Are there people at the steering committee? Are there people at the board their governing board, that are in the habits of creating division? The other day we were talking about France being evicted from the AU summit. Inconsistency in information, inconsistency with the flow of information. These are the problems.
Israel, you mean?
These are the problems. Israel, oh, thank you. Israel, thank you. So we need to identify the defaulters. Who are those pulling us back? Who are those that are trying to further their interest above the interest of the majority? That's a very good question to ask ourselves. And then when we identify, we shouldn't be afraid to name and shame. When you name and shame, you call them out. You call out the defaulters. You let them know you are not acting in the best interest of our organizations and what we represent. That is a way to go. And also, we should try to, we are good at much paperwork, theories, normations. Let's begin to act. Let's begin to actually execute those legislations we've made. It's high time we begin to act in accordance with what we have said we are going to do. What can be done in this scenario? Do the African Union push for the creation of a military fund that represents Africa and that will protect and defend African countries in terms of abuse of power? Or should it be a sub-regional thing, like East Africa, you create your own, West Africa, Central Africa, you create yours, South Africa, you create yours, or how? And also, we should embark on strategies. These are questions we need to ask. And this should be made, I don't know if they are AU officials or representatives on this platform. They should make this an agenda. A lot of question marks are flying all over the place. And until these questions are being answered, we keep wallowing, we keep wallowing in confusion. Let's embark, let's AU make this an agenda of what do we do about Africa being a Cold War battlefield, as it is evidence with the presence of the Wagner military and the Western armies. Then when they've done this, they create strategies. They initiate and embark on strategies. And what are these strategies? These are strategies that will prevent, hello? These are strategies that will prevent these foreign powers from dividing us, that will prevent these foreign powers from creating mayhem in terms of furthering war, aligning with other terrorist organizations and what have you. And also that would prevent this, military from exploiting our resources, or even in worst case scenario, managing our resources. Or better still, strategies that will permanently, or a way that we could demand their total exits from Africa. Until we do this, the change begins with us. The change begins with Africa. before we begin to point, let's get ourselves right. If you don't get your house right, if a house that is divided by amongst itself can never stand, and it's important we make this a topic, an agenda in the African Union. Then Mr. Didi said something. He tried to say, when he was making his submissions, he emphasized that a speaker, which happened to be me, saying that educating our people is not relevant, that they should rather use their conscience. I want to say that I really do not agree with him, and I'm going to repeat without any fear or favor that education remains paramount. Now, let me tell you, for example, in Nigeria, the Nigerian education system adopted the British, what we call syllabus, scheme of work for students. And they successfully deleted history. History used to be a subject in secondary schools. They deleted history from the Nigerian educational system. And this was done because I kept saying it. If you don't know where you're coming from, you can never know where you're going to. There's what we call historicism in international relations, where you need to go back to your history in order to get facts right about what is happening in the present, relating to your history in order for you to find solutions to what is happening in the present. This goes back to history. Education is very important. And in this wise, education of our leaders and followers alike. The AU, I support the guy who said something about creating social-cultural events and stuff like that, which would with an intention to foster cooperation, to foster oneness, to foster unity. And in that sense, in that vein too, there should be also some sort of educational programs that would do the same thing. Because if we keep hiding history, if we keep hiding from our children, letting our children know that there was a time that their forefathers were left in sugarcane farms, and both children, underage children, from morning till night, trying to harvest sugarcane for the colonial masters. And when a man fails to fulfill his ration, the ration or the expected amount of harvest that was allocated to him, he might lose his child. He might have his child legs cut off in front of him, or the child's finger severed from her body. We need to begin to educate ourselves, teach our youth, teach our children, teach our leaders. Education can never ever be underestimated. I hope everyone have a beautiful night, and thank you. This is my submission.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Kwame for being a real soldier like myself. Today I didn't have a co-host, so I slept off. Yesterday we slept late, and I found myself listening from very far. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things come to an end. And I don't think we shall proceed beyond this. It is 10 minutes to 3 in East Africa, which is 10 minutes to 12 midnight here. I want to take this opportunity to thank you all that our first platform collapsed, but then you did not give up. You came back, and we continued with the platform as if it was the same. All of you, whether East, South, North, diaspora, you are all Africans, and you are all friends of Africa. We are one. Our continent should not be used as a platform for future Cold War operations. We must be very, very careful. And how do we avoid it? We can avoid it by not creating conditions that bring about war. That's the only way you can avoid these guys coming to your place. Other than that, I think it will be difficult. The more wars we get on the continent, the more difficulties we get on the continent, the more we look out to hire both mercenaries from either the West or from Russia. Why do we then take away the old colonial master and bring back another one? What are we creating? What conditions are we creating? What are the conditions are we creating? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again. We shall have more of this platform. Remember, every Monday, you are notified, and every Friday during daytime, we have another platform from me, and then with Kennedy Wandera, the bigger one, in the afternoon, in the evening. From me in London, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Thank you very much. God bless.